President Bola Tinubu appoints new service chiefs. FCT Minister Nyesom Wike criticizes PDP governors for excluding him from key decisions. Port Harcourt-based activist slams Brevis Education Authorities over locked school controversy. On the foreign scene, WHO urges urgent medical evacuations from Gaza. Details in a moment. And now the details of the news. President Bola Tinubu has approved major changes in the leadership of Nigeria's armed forces, appointing General Olufemi Oluyede as the new Chief of Defense Staff to replace General Christopher Musa. Also appointed are Major General W. Shaibu as the Chief of Army Staff, Air Vice Marshal S.K. Aneke as Chief of Air Staff, and Rear Admiral I. Abbas as Chief of Naval Staff. The Chief of Defense Intelligence, Major General E.A.P. Undiente, retains his position. The appointments were announced in a statement by the Special Advisor to the President on Media and Public Communication, Sunday Dare. According to the statement, the shake-up is part of the federal government's efforts to strengthen Nigeria's national security architecture. It added that President Tinubu has charged the new service chiefs to justify the confidence reposed in them by enhancing professionalism, vigilance, and unity within the armed forces. The new appointments take immediate effect. General Oluyede previously served as acting Chief of Army Staff following the death of the late Lieutenant General Taoreed Lagbaja in December 2024. The Nigerian police had allegedly assaulted and rearrested activist Omoyele Sowore outside the Kuje Magistrate Court. Police officers reportedly dragged Sowore into a waiting vehicle despite the bail earlier granted him by the court. Reports said the incident took place moments after the magistrate approved bail for Sowore and 13 others. As his legal team worked to finalize his bail conditions, the police officers led by the investigating police officer, IPO, CSP Ilyasu Barao, officer in charge of anti-vice under the DCCID FCT command, allegedly attacked Sowore, punched him and forced him into a police van. The defendants were arraigned on charges of unlawful assembly and disturbance of public peace. The 2023 presidential candidate of the New Nigeria People's Party (NNPP), Rabiu Kwankwaso, says the party is open to forming alliances with any political party or individual who shares its vision for a prosperous Nigeria and genuine concern for the welfare of citizens. Speaking in an interview with BBC Hausa, Kwankwaso said any merger or coalition must be based on mutual respect, clear benefits, and shared ideals focused on uplifting the common man. The former governor of Kano State noted that NNPP, which fielded candidates nationwide in the 2023 general elections, has grown into a national political force capable of influencing Nigeria's political direction. He also confirmed that discussions about possible collaboration with the ruling All Progressives Congress APC have been considered, but insisted that any such alliance must come with tangible value for the NNPP's structures and candidates. He criticized Nigeria's political elite for neglecting the plight of ordinary citizens while indulging in luxury in Abuja, warning that such disconnect from the people remains a major obstacle to national development. The Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, has criticized the governors of the People's Democratic Party (PDP) for excluding him from key decisions, warning that the party risks collapse if it persists with this approach. Wike, who made the remarks during a media parley in Abuja, lamenting his exclusion from major consultations despite his long-standing role in the PDP. The minister questioned why his exclusion was justified simply because he no longer holds a governorship position. Wike further criticized the notion that internal crisis could be blamed on the ruling All Progressives Congress APC, insisting that the PDP's problems were self-inflicted. Speaking on the party's planned national convention, Wike said the leadership had failed to complete necessary congresses and other key processes, which he claimed were stalling progress. The PDP has in recent months faced internal crisis and a wave of defections involving top members as such as Enugu State Governor Peter Mba, Delta State Governor Sheriff Oberoi, and the Governor of Akwa Ibom State, Umueno. The party is also battling multiple legal suits over its forthcoming convention. A Port Harcourt-based youth rights activist, Charles Jaja, has condemned the leadership of the River State Ministry of Education and the Universal Basic Education UBE board over a growing controversy that led to the lock-in of a government-owned primary school in GRA Phase 2 Port Harcourt. According to information guarded, a senior official at the Ministry of Education allegedly approved the use of the school premises for a commercial program and reportedly collected payment from a private individual organizing a one-week event. However, a senior UBE official later locked the school's main gate, denying access to the group. The UBE official insisted that only the board has the authority to grant approval for the use of any public primary school facility, a stance that has fueled tensions between the two departments. Reacting to the development, Jaja described the incident as shameful, accusing both bodies of prioritizing personal interest over the welfare of pupils and improvement of the public education in the state. The youth activist further called on Governor Siminalayi Fubara to investigate the office of the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Education, alleging that some civil servants have become more corrupt than the politicians they often criticize.
It's one that is not for the interest of the state, neither is it for the interest of the people, because money generated through this means goes into private pockets. For me, I want to see, UBEC, clash with the Minister of Education on who developed what in the school, who innovates this school building, who improvise for certain things that are not in place to enable our children to learn effectively. That's what we want to hear. It's not people who come to the lock-it school because of this. But I think that the school premises shouldn't be used for things that are not, academic in the first place.
You're listening to the World News on Today95.1 FM, Voice of the People. After the break, more news, foreign and sports stories. Do stay tuned.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Thanks for staying tuned. Welcome back to the rest of the stories. One Onyedikachi Ouchi, father of one of the two children allegedly murdered by Anyekan Sunday, has told the River State High Court that the first defendant confessed to acting on the instruction of his native doctor, Kingsley Oporum, to obtain human blood for ritual purposes. Ouchi made the statement while testifying in court during cross-examination, where he clarified that he had no prior knowledge of the two accused persons until their arrest following the tragic incident. Presiding Judge Justice Rita Ogugwa, after listening to the testimony, adjourned the matter to November 7 and 13, 2025 for further cross-examination of the second prosecution witness. Anyekan Sunday and his native doctor, Kingsley Oporum, are facing a 3-count charge bordering on conspiracy and murder of 2 minors in Rukboku Town, Obiakpo local government area of River State. According to count 1 of the charges, the duo allegedly conspired on about March 22, 2025 to carry out the murder of their victims. The prosecution alleged that Sunday used a kitchen knife to slaughter the 2 minors and collected their blood, which his native doctor Oporum allegedly intended to use for money rituals. The River State government, through the Ministry of Justice, represented by Precious Odu, is prosecuting the case after receiving the legal advice and case file from the Department of Public Prosecution, DPP. The people of Umuwalia community in Oyigbo local government area of River State have disagreed with the claims of one Tamonemi Mark that the Okrika plantation community in Umwebule community in Eche local government area owns the old Catholic church down to Imo River. The Community Development Committee chairman of Umuwalia community, Nandi Onyegorom, while calling on the public to disregard such claims, said the Umuwalia community does not have any boundary with the Okrika plantation community. Onyegorom said residents of Okrika plantation community are tenants and not landowners, insisting that the Supreme Court judgment had stated that the land belongs to the Umuwalia community.
The people of Umualia community in Oyibo local government area are calling on the public to disregard the purported announcement made on 20th October 2025 by one Mr. Tamonemi Mark, claiming that the Okreka plantation community in Umeblu owns Old Catholic Church down to Imo River and Wanji. For clarity, the Umualia community in Oyibo local government area do not have any boundary with Okreka plantation community in Umeblu, Eche local government area. Umualia community share a common boundary with our neighboring community, Umeblu, in Eche local government area. Okreka plantation community are tenants or squatters as described by the Supreme Court.
The CDC chairman of Umualia community in Oyibo, Nnamdi Onyegorom, in a media briefing in the area, called on the state government and security agencies to call Tamonemi Mark to order to avoid communal crisis. He further tasked Mark to desist from making unguarded and misleading statements capable of causing breach of peace in the area.
We are also calling on our dear governor, security agencies and other relevant authorities to caution Mr. Tamonemi Mark to stop harassing and intimidating our tenants in those areas in company of his area boys, thereby extorting our tenants. We want to advise Mr. Tamonemi Mark to desist from deceiving the unsuspecting public and our tenants with his misleading announcements.
The Federal Ministry of Information and National Orientation, in collaboration with the United Nations Children's Fund, UNICEF, has trained journalists across the South, Southeast and North Central regions of Nigeria on ethical reporting and child rights journalism. Declaring the 2 days training open in Port Harcourt, the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry, Obodo Nam, represented by the Assistant Director and Head of the Child Rights Information Bureau, CRIB, Falayi Temitoye, emphasized the crucial role of the media in shaping public perception and protecting children. Temitoye said the training aims to help journalists reflect on their ethical obligations, explore best practices for covering children's issues, and strengthen understanding of child's rights as enshrined in national laws and international conventions.
This training is designed to help us reflect on our ethical obligations as journalists, explore best practices for reporting on children issues, and strengthening our understanding of child rights as enshrined in national laws and international conventions. Through open discussions, case studies, and shared experiences, we aim to build a media culture that protects children's identities, amplifies their voices responsibly, and upholds the highest ethical standards. I encourage everyone to engage fully, ask questions, and challenge assumptions, because ethical journalism is not static, it evolves with society. Together, let's reaffirm our commitment to a media landscape.
In his remarks, UNICEF Chief Field Officer for Port Harcourt, Audu Anselm, said the capacity building session was part of efforts to strengthen media practitioners' understanding of child rights and ensure that their reports protect rather than harm vulnerable children.
At the time you send out your report, you ask yourself this question: am I going to harm any vulnerable child as a result of this report, or I'm going to ensure that the right of the child is protected? And that is why we gathered all of you together here to build the capacity to ensure that you protect the image and the dignity of children.
Today FM's Olawale Sanusi reports that the training featured practical sessions on UNICEF's ethical guidelines for reporting on children and key principles such as respecting every child's dignity and rights, ensuring privacy and confidentiality, and consulting those close to the child so as to understand cultural and social sensitivities. Journalists were also urged to avoid judgmental questions, protect the identity of minors involved in abuse, conflict, and obtain parental consent before publishing children's stories or images. At least 11 suspected high-ranking members of various terrorist organizations have been arrested in Nigeria by the International Criminal Police Organization, Interpol. They were among 83 suspects apprehended across 6 African countries during a 2-month coordinated security sweep codenamed Operation Catalyst. The operation, which focused on terrorism financing and related illegal activities, also led to arrests in Angola, Cameroon, Kenya, Namibia, and South Sudan. In a statement, Interpol said more than 15,000 individuals and entities were investigated as part of efforts to dismantle networks funding terrorism through illicit financial channels. According to the organization, the operation uncovered $260 million traced through fiat and virtual currencies resulted in the seizure of over $600,000. On the foreign scene, the World Health Organization WHO has appealed for the immediate evacuation of thousands of critically ill patients from Gaza, warning that delays in medical access are costing lives. The UN Health Agency said nearly 15,000 people in the war-torn territory urgently need treatment outside Gaza, describing expanded medical evacuation routes as a potential game changer. Since the Israel-Gaza war began 2 years ago, the WHO has facilitated the evacuation of about 7,800 patients. However, despite a U.S.-brokered ceasefire that took effect on October 10, only 41 critically ill people have been evacuated since then. WHO's representative in the Palestinian territories, Rick Pipakon, urged Israel and Egypt to open all border crossings during the ceasefire, not only for humanitarian aid but also for medical transfers. Speaking from Jerusalem, Pipakon said 2 medical evacuations were planned for next week, but the agency hoped to conduct at least 50 per day. At the current pace, he warned evacuating all 15,000 patients, including 4,000 children, could take up to a decade. To end the news, here's a summary of the major stories. President Bola Tinubu has appointed new service chiefs. The FCT Minister Nyesom Wike has criticized PDP governors for excluding him from key decisions. We told you that a Port Harcourt-based activist has slammed Rivers Education Authorities of a locked school controversy. On the foreign scene, you also heard that the WHO has urged urgent medical evacuations from Gaza. And that's the news as edited by Stella Sasongo Okorie. For comments and inquiries, please call 0818-389-2850 or send your emails to news@todayfmlive.com. You can read our stories on www.todayfmlive.com, on Facebook at Today95.1fm, Instagram at TodayFM951, on X at TodayFM951. You can also join our YouTube live at Today95.1fm. I am Faustina Oputu. Good evening and thank you for listening.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Turn the dial and turn up the thrill. We are not in the same league. We are rewriting the rules. Here on Today 95.1 FM.
It's been an exciting week. It's been an awesome week. And just in case you missed out on our big stories this week, we got you covered. Rewind comes up every Saturday, 6:30 a.m. And here you get your total rundown of all the big stories and trends for the week in River State. And this is brought to you by your premium talk radio, Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. Rewind, 6:30 a.m. every Saturday. Don't miss it.
Stay informed, stay ahead. Tune in to Today 95.1 FM for the latest news and exciting sports updates. Your trusted source for everything you need to know. Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
What's a successful business without sales? And what is sales without an audience? Well, do you know that you can reach 8 million listeners across 6 states in 2 geopolitical zones all at once? How? With Today 95.1 FM, you can get millions of people to know about your business. And what does that mean to you? More sales. Call 081 389 2850 now for more information.
Well, it's Ira Star and, of course, Rema on that one. Beautiful tune right there. And tell you what, there's a part about the song that a particular tribe in River State would love. They love already, and then they would love when they get to hear it. They motivate like Ken Sarawiwa. Did you get that line? Did you get that line? I mean, that is some tribute right there. Anyways, welcome to What's on Your Mind on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. My name is Faustina Putu. Thank you so much for sticking to the dial. We appreciate you. Yeah, personally, I appreciate you. Thank you so much. It's the 24th day of October 2025. A lot is going on, a lot is going down, a lot is going up. Basically, a lot is happening. And when a lot is happening, a lot is going to be on your mind. But then you can be thinking of or about everything all at once. You go enter Rodo if you try. Yeah, I know millions of things running through your head and your mind and all of those, but they are the dominant ones that you want to just take a pause at every point in time, and then they come like they want to slip from your mouth if you're talking, or they want you to, type them. I mean, if your hand's on the keyboard and you're having conversations online, your fingers are very fast to type those, that's because they come to the fore of your mind and you just want to talk about them. And even before you talk about them, I know you have been pondering on them. Some of those thoughts, they make you sad. They make you, feel downtrodden, while others, they get you excited. You just want to scream. You just want to tell the entire world that, well, this is it. I cannot contain my joy. But that's life, So what is on your mind? Are you thinking about the new changes? The armed forces? Maybe you're one who is so patriotic that you want to think about all of Nigeria's issues. Every day you want to think about them. You want to talk about them. Maybe that's what's on your mind. You're thinking, okay, so what now? After now? Yes, after the changes. What now? What next? Or maybe it's something else that you're thinking about, bringing it down to River State. You're thinking about your dear River State. And there's something in particular about River State that is on your mind. You want to go ahead and share with me? Feel free to go ahead and do so, okay? Or for you, it's not rivers, it's not really about Nigeria. It's personal. Not really, really personal, like personal, well, it's really, really personal. And trust me, you can't share some personal things like that on the radio. But there are other personal things that are bothering you that you just want to share. And because for some of you, you believe that when you call, when you talk to someone about something, you would feel better. And indeed, yes, if something is bothering you, feel free to go ahead and talk to someone. Don't keep it to yourself. Don't bottle it up so you don't implode and explode at the end of the day. It's not good for your health, okay? It's not good for your mind to bottle up a whole lot of things. Don't do that. It's not good for you. The same way you receive good news and you just want to share it with someone. That bad thing, that bad news, that thing, that situation that you have been going through and it's troubling you, you want to cry, you want to, scream the roofs down, share with someone, you would feel better. Not like the solution will come immediately, but that's the beginning of getting the solution. First, you get to unburden. You share that burden with someone, you feel lighter. Okay? And if the person is the right person that you have spoken with, well, that's your journey to feeling good and feeling better. So what is on your mind? Call me up, send me a message, and let me hear from you this beautiful Friday evening. Let your head down and have some rest and some fun, okay? It's Friday. You have been working the entire week, right? You've been hardworking. You've been working hard. You've been working smart. time to get some rest and have some fun. Okay, let your head down. 0810-9510-951. That is the number to dial to let me know what is on your mind. You can as well send a WhatsApp message, or you can send a regular text message to the number 0701 933 9962. 0701 933 9962. Hi, good evening.
Yeah, good evening. My name is Innocent. I'm calling from Stockholm.
All right, Sir Innocent, go on.
Yeah, what's on my mind is the case of the activists.
Okay.
Now we talk of activists and activism. Person, I want to tell you that most of the activists we have over here, they are not activists. So some of them have not even to tell for one day. They don't even know the road to the prison. They have never been detained by the police, and they are saying they are activists. They are just political activists. How many persons are they fighting for? Are they human rights activists? How many human beings are they fighting for? So they should go and take a case, a study from if they say they are activists, they should come up and defend people. They should come up and fight for the masses, for the grassroots people. That's what activism is.
Okay.
It's not a expression of just activism on the road, on the station, on the TV. No. Thank you very much. Innocent is my name.
All right, Sir Innocent. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Well, you two can, show them the way, right? You can venture into that activism and then get arrested if that's the proof. Hello.
Hi, Sister Fosman. Good evening.
Brother Kingsley.
Yes. How are you doing this evening?
I'm good. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. I'm Kingsley from Obogoro. What's on my mind? The FCT minister, Wiki, said that PDP will keep going down except the needful. In the acts, she didn't tell us the needful that the PDP needs to do.
They sidelined him now, so they should be consulting him.
My dear sister, it's not needed. That PDP as a stand does not need Wiki to progress of a truth, because Wiki...
is that what you think?
Yes.
Are you a member of the PDP?
That is what it is, my dear sister. They don't need him.
They don't?
Currently as it is. Wiki he has told the world where his faith is. To someone that is in PDP, as he said, according to him, but he is working for PDP, what is it called? APC. The victory of APC is what he said he stands for. So, why will PDP then still wants to consult him for anything? So I don't understand who then is deceiving himself here. You can't stand in two moving truck at the same time, expect to get a balance. You cannot. It's not possible. He should just, I even expected that by now he would have just honorably resigning from the PDP so that he can do whatever he feels or think that he can do better in APC than deceiving himself, saying he's deceiving people. Thank you for having me, my dear sister.
All right, thank you very much for joining me as well. In that analogy that you just painted, you can't stand between two moving trains or vehicles, you called. I mean, and there are people in those trains or vehicles, all right? Let's say one of the vehicles, you have PDP members there. So they are seated, looking at someone who is standing in between two moving vehicles and not saying anything and not doing anything. Why is that? I mean, they say there are party rules, right? And they say there is such a thing as anti-party, and if you get yourself involved in anti-party activities, supposed to be some consequences. So if the consequences are not coming, well, one can just stand in between those moving vehicles. You see? 0810-9510-951. What is on your mind? Hi, good evening.
Azina.
Yes, please.
Good evening.
Good evening.
This is Ono from Eneka.
Welcome, Ono.
Azina, what's on my mind is I want to comment on two issues. Our FCT minister and PDP.
You've been thinking about them.
PDP have shown that FCT minister remain their boss and remain the owner of PDP. Because for a very long time, PDP have kept themselves for only just one man to hold the party hostage. So they should continue remain in that particular position. No, they should not take action. No. They should continue to consult is their boss. They cannot do anything without consulting their boss. I think the party now, nobody is talking about PDP is just like PDP is gone. Another one is this Omoyele Showore.
Omoyele
Showore. This arrest that they are arresting him up and down, treating this innocent man, a very good man. A man that is fighting for justice, fighting for the people of Nigeria.
Okay.
For no reason, they are just arresting the man bad because they are customer. Now, if they don't arrest Showore now, it will look as if they insulted the Mr. President because of people were saying so many things. They should go and check where. If those things are Showore said about Mr. President, they should go and check it very well. If it's true, if it's not true. I rest my case.
All right, thank you for resting your case there. Hello, what is on your mind? Good evening.
Happy weekend.
Happy weekend to you too.
See, I want to talk about Showore.
That's what's on your mind?
Yeah, that's what's on my mind. Showere's arrest and the Yeso Wike saying that that PDP needs to consult him. See, PDP is even long overdue to leave Wike in PDP. From the day you say you are forming G5 or G whatever, they're supposed to remove Wike from that party. Wike has no right to tell PDP to what are they consulting him for? You see, they say greedy man no they do scrap business. He can't be here and be here. He can openly, this will have destroyed the political parties that anybody can be in any party now and be endorsing another party. But I don't really blame Wike. I blame the gods. Because judiciary who's supposed to come out and said, if you defect from a party, you lose your seat, whatever. It will take you like 2-3 years before you can leave a party. If you leave a party, everything that party has given you, you have to abandon it. This is the first time I've seen a person in another party working for another party. Being holding a position. People are clapping over it. We cannot clap over this thing. They don't even make. What are they consulting? Is he the chairman of PDP or is he the secretary? Why must they consult him? I don't understand. Consulting for what? He has destroyed PDP. Should why? What is he doing for people? What is he doing here? Let him go to APC now. Is he scared or what? He said, you politicians, go to one place and stay.
Okay.
He's the one that destroyed the politics and everything in this country. So what is he talking about?
One person destroyed the politics in this country.
You don't mean it. He can't be here and be here. He can't be here and be here. The one place. He's greedy. Greed is too much. The one place. Don't be here. You want to get everything. Only you. Be here and be here. Don't be here. You want to, only you. Talking about Showore. For me, Showore protested. It is right to protest. The arrest of Showore, what is it all about? They should tell us, let us know. Is it because he called the president a thief or because of the same protest? We want to know. That is it. Suddenly what is in my mind is, nobody is talking about this electoral reform. We are not beginning to wave it aside. They are not doing anything about it. Let them reform this electoral. We want to really vote electronically. Because if we start voting well, all this nonsense will stop. This government will stop defecting.
All right, thank you.
We should start electing people who want to elect. and they should reform the judiciary.
Okay.
Supreme Court should do the right thing when it comes to this emergency case.
That is your
Thank
time.
You very
Thank
much.
you very much. Thank you very much. Well, he was arrested. He flouted the court order restricting the protests to certain areas. They said, you can go ahead and protest, but don't go to these places. Okay, so that's it. And, well, I don't know why some people are crying mud on the bereaved sometimes in the issue of the PDP and the FCT minister. Before now, well, they were a political party. They were excited. They were doing things that they were doing. They were shaking hands and visiting themselves, commissioning projects here and there. So they know the things that they did together. They know. So if someone, they think, or you think that the person is the one who is destroying a party, and then the party is just there doing nothing, do you think the party thinks the same way? Well, that's it. So if you think that I'm destroying you, I'm in your company working and I'm destroying your company, you will not sack me. Okay. Well, let's read some messages that you have dropped. What's on my mind is self-medication. Oh, nice one. People say it's not good for health, but the reality is that without self-medication, many poor people, I did not see this coming. You caught me, really. Many poor people would have died in the rural areas because there are no health facilities and medical professionals at the rural areas. Even in the city, to do ordinary malaria test is expensive. Talk less. Malaria test, ordinary. Okay. Well, I see context. Talk less of the main treatment, though self-medication is bad, but it's a necessary option. Okay. Mr. Lucky, it's bad, though, but you think it's necessary to, some people. Greetings. The PDP has no reason to consult a man that thinks evil for the party. You can't eat your cake and have it back. Honorable Marlon, that is what's on my mind. Okay. PDP spokespeople, I hear you. I hear you. Let's get back to the call lines. Hello, good evening. What is on your mind?
Yeah. Good evening. Well, today is Honorable Chris Ogre. Let me tell you what is on my mind.
Go on.
I thought when I was growing up, I thought that politics in Nigeria is something you play in God-fearing way. I thought that is something that people like us that do shall praise the Lord in the church will diving into. I don't even know that the politics in Nigeria is something that people will turn the other way around. You see what is going on. Do you like Nigerian politicians? If they are to be people you can use, tell me any one politician you can use as your role model in Nigeria. Do you have anyone you can, this is your uncle, you can say this man, I love the way this man is doing. So no any of them. Politics, is it all about lies? When you hear politics, is it all about lies? Is it all about, I thought when I hear honorable, thank God my own is honorable, not the one of politicians. No, when you hear honorable, you know what is the meaning of honorable? They are parading themselves honorable. Somebody will speak from his both side of his mouth. Where I come from, we don't talk like that. If our elders start speaking from their both side of their mouth, we don't regard them as elder. Where I come, that is why you hear Iwe Wednesday. You cannot be a king, you cannot be a father, you are speaking from your both side of your mouth. The way they talk, the way they behave, is it how politics is supposed to be in Nigeria? Look at what they are doing to Showore. Because they say we arrested him back because he called Mr. President a thief. But somebody that called Mr. President, the late president, all sorts of things, to the deed that the man died long ago. I am with them there. Within one day, they never question him. Now, instead of Mr. President to arrest Showore man to man, is now the police are the one now doing the work of the Mr. President asked police to arrest Showore because they call him criminal. You can be criminal in many ways. If you steal person's votes, You're a criminal. Criminal is not when you catch you with thief, with criminal things. So the way they play politics in Nigeria, at times when they come to your studio, look at the way they brag. You
All
never
right,
even
Honorable
talk to
Chris.
them. That's the people you call my leaders. I play to Nigeria, my country. Look at those kind of people.
All right,
that's
that's
the
your
people
time.
I call my leader.
Thank you.
I cannot.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. But whether you like it or not, you go somewhere and they ask you who's your governor, you call the name of your governor. And if they ask you who's your president, you definitely would say his name. Oh, this is my president. All right? That is a constituted authority. Hello, fine woman in the studio. What's on my mind is money. I want to make $30 billion before the year comes to one. To it crescendo. So help me God. What do they do? Do you have the processes in place that can make you that? I mean, from now till then, I beg now, calm down. Calm down. Simply goodness from Alakaya. Be coming down, okay? Don't be pressured. Don't be. Don't be pressured. Christmas will come and go. Next year is another time, all right? Take it easy. Thank you very much. All right, that's it. What's on your mind on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. I'll take a break. I'll be back at 7 for today's woman. Stick to the dial.
Have you ever been in a situation where you had to pay a fine for an indictment? Then you later found out that there was an already established law to protect you from that penalty. Have you ever been denied a position because of your gender or disability? Have you ever been discriminated, treated unfairly, assaulted or cheated by your landlord, employer, tax collectors, bank, family, business partners, and the police? What if the breach between you and justice is just the right knowledge? I'm sure you've heard that knowledge is power. Join us every Saturday, 10 to 10:30 a.m. on Today 95.1 FM for the program The Law Today, to get acquainted with your legal rights and beneficial interests as a citizen of Nigeria. The Law Today, 10 to 10:30 a.m. every Saturday, is brought to you by Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Today's news in 60.
Popular Nigerian comedian MC Mbakara and his wife Lolo Mbakara have opened up about their daughter's 9-year battle with severe cerebral palsy, revealing that the condition began from a lack of oxygen at birth. Nollywood actor Sean Fakwa and event planner Sharon Ifunanya have made history by tying the knot aboard a moving Lagos-Ibadan train, becoming the first couple in Nigeria to hold a wedding ceremony on a train. Ace rapper Eriga has claimed that the rise of tech gurus and influencers in the Nigerian entertainment industry has impacted negatively on the music industry. On the foreign scene, former United States President Barack Obama has paid tribute to Afrobeat legend Fela Anikulapo Kuti in a new podcast series detailing the musician's extraordinary art and activism. Kim Kardashian, a famous American reality star and singer Kanye West's estranged wife, has been diagnosed with a brain problem.
Today's news in 60. In 60.
The station with the...
As the voice of the people, we make sure that no one misses out. On Today 95.1 FM, there's something for everyone.
Our tech show, because tech is new money. Our kids show, because we love the little ones.
Our Gospiration, because it's the moment of truth. Our High Life show, because high life is vintage.
Our sports show with the adrenaline. Our midnight show, because we care about your love life.
Our Nostalgia Drive because old is gold. Our show for young people because Gen Z code is on.
Our Pidgin Bit because na Naija we dey. Our book review because books are a mirror. Our big stories because big things only.
Our health shows with seasoned health experts because we care that you're healthy. Our eyewitness report because we want to hear from you. Our reggae show because Rastafari.
One love.
Today is business. Today is a new trend for your businesses. We give you all the information you need to grow your business, new ideas and innovations that keep you earning more and staying relevant.
Every day, we engage in business, buying and selling, trading, and exchanging of services as individuals or as a country. Money goes round, it goes up and down. But have you ever wondered what business is all about? And have you ever wondered how you can stand out in your business?
Today FM has got you covered every Wednesday between the hours of 1 p.m. to 2 p.m.
Learn all you need from professionals on how the country runs its business affairs and how you can be an outstanding entrepreneur and grow your business.
Business Today.
On how the country runs its business affairs and how you can be an outstanding entrepreneur and grow your business.
Business Today.
FM, voice of the people.
And we're back.
7 minutes past 7 p.m. Welcome to Today's Woman on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. It's Friday, the 24th day of October 2025. My name is Faustina. Thank you so much for joining me to have a conversation about my gender. It's another time of the week where I get to table my gender so we can dissect and then try to understand my gender a little bit. Okay, that's for some people who think that my gender cannot be understood, or my gender can just be understood just a little bit. But they are the ones who think that my gender can be understood, and it would take some, what's the word now? Some studying, some observation, some patience, some tactic, and some strategies to be able to understand my gender. Maybe someone is saying now, for saying a lot of these words to understand your gender, that means that's a lot. That's a lot. I mean, something is supposed to be simple for you to understand. Well, there are some things that are not simple to understand, truly. That's the reason some people go, they study something, and then, it's hard. It's hard. They don't come out with all A's, For some people, well, they've devised a means, or they devise means to be able to come tops. For the people who come tops, for example, those best graduating students, they have a story. They'll tell you, oh, I had to starve myself of certain things. When my mates were partying, I wasn't partying. I was always studying. There was the sacrifice that was made. So there is always a story for those people. So maybe, there should be a story for you to understand something and come out tops, you should sacrifice something. You should sacrifice your time to study it and all of those. Okay, so welcome to Today's Woman on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. Welcome. It is Today's Woman on Today 95.1 FM, trying to make sure that recently the controversy surrounding about Nollywood actress Regina Daniels and Ned Nwoko is one that has got some people talking. I mean, some people look at the issue from diverse angles, from here, from there, of how, well, a young woman is into this, of how this is happening, of how the man didn't do this, different hot takes here and there. Now, this particular issue, or this particular person that has opined this that we're about to talk about, is not one who, went to really delve into the matter, like, oh, this person was wrong, that person was wrong, but she took a very general perspective to the entire conversation. And, I mean, in her post, she didn't really reference it, but this is coming on the heels of that controversy between Regina Daniels and Ned Nwoko. So, Nollywood actress Shine Rosman, well, if you're into Nollywood movies, you would know this beautiful lady, Shine Rosman. She says that, the Nigerian society genuinely hates women. There's nothing you want to tell her. That the Nigerian society genuinely hates women. So it's the adjective that is for some people, okay, genuinely hates women, not just hates women, genuinely hates women. Now, her opinion has got some people talking in different directions. Okay, social media is a buzz with different perspectives to what she has said. Now, for some people, she is absolutely right that the Nigerian society hates women. Now, this is based for them. This is based on certain things that the woman goes through in the society. So you want to look at certain issues that a woman is faced with. You want to talk about domestic violence, even though men suffer domestic violence. You want to take a look at other issues. Some people mentioned, if the society does not hate women, why would they, why would there be something like female genital mutilation? Why would the females suffer a whole lot? Why is there a lot of oppression and suppression of the female gender? That is born out of hatred. That's for some people. Now, for others, well, you cannot totally say, well, in a way, because of certain things that the society does and says about women. Well, you can say that the society hates women in some ways, but we cannot, generalize, come to a general perspective or come to a general conclusion that the society hates women. Because for some people, society favors women in different ways as well. So you see some women succeeding where men don't. You see men and the entire society is creating certain spaces to carry the women along. If they don't do, if they hate the female gender, they would not be doing that. So that is our conversation tonight. So when I open up the phone lines, I'm going to ask you questions. If you concur with that the Nigerian society genuinely hates women. And in what ways does this hatred manifest? In what ways? And why is it so? If you think that the society genuinely, that's totally, absolutely. If you think the society hates women, why is that the case? Okay, so I'm thinking someone is going to say, well, the society is a patriarchal society, and so from the beginning, the tone was set for hatred. But I'm expecting also someone would say that, well, no, the tone wasn't set that way. It was as a result of certain things that began to crop up that it feels and it seems that the society hates women, and some of the things that the society does may be not coming from a place of hatred. Anyways, I've got joining me virtually Franca Anyaka. Hi Franca, good evening. Thank you so much for joining me.
Hello, thank you for having me. Can you hear me?
Of course, I can hear you. I can hear you loud and clear.
Great.
All right, so first, are you excited to be a Nigerian woman?
Yes. It's such a funny question.
You did not see that coming, right?
I did not. I did not see that coming, I tell you.
Okay. That says a lot. That says a lot that you're excited to be a Nigerian woman. That says a lot. Yeah. All right. Okay. Yeah. So I don't know. On a general perspective, this particular statement, do you think it's really general, or, well, in a way, we can just narrow it down to some areas?
Okay. Hate is such a strong word. Hate. When you say hate, oppression, you can use other terms, but when you say hate, that's really particular. and it's such a very strong word, and it's not like the opposite of love is hate, and you know how love is. They say once you cross the thin line between love and hate, you are going to get what? You're going to get stung or the sting of the effects of either a love or a hate. So when you say hate, this morning when you mentioned this topic, I was a bit worried with the word. Now that we have to talk about it, generally, yes. When Shy, a beautiful actress, a wonderful actress, I love her role at How to Kill a Monkey.
Oh,
yes.
yeah.
Yes, that's when I actually noticed her for the first time. I loved it.
Yeah,
I love that movie. Yes, that's when she has been acting. I've seen other movies after then. After the role at House Killing Monkey, her face became visible to me when I started, watching other movies. So, yeah. So when she mentioned, the society generally hates women.
Genuinely.
I believe that. Yes. Is it generally or genuinely?
Genuinely. And that's another strong word. Genuinely.
Yeah. Genuine. Oh my God. I don't even know how to deal with the word. So I feel like we would be speaking to her directly in this conversation. We'll have to invite her to express herself because she's saying it from a point of pain and a point of experience. So from my own experience with the word hate from society, I'll use it relating to work. So I could say that for free because I've experienced hate from work, but not from society. So, and even the word hate from work, I cannot say that what I was feeling was hate. So it could be any other thing, but hate, I don't know. That word is so strong. I'm finding my grounds around it. Okay. Hate, when you hate someone, do you end up killing the person or do you isolate the person? What do you do with the hate?
Well, I think some people, I think some people or different people would act differently, act out differently if they hate someone. They hate you, some people probably would avoid you. Some would go the extra mile to the extreme to, wipe you off the surface of the earth. Right, but exactly.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. That's it, the word hate. When someone says I hate you, it means that you've done too much. Like it's beyond repair, right? That's it. It's beyond repair. That's it. So I don't know how to express this word, but I'm going to try. From work, I believe women suppress their voices. So when a woman tries to, get her opinion heard, it could be delayed in some sort of way, but it's not totally, what's the word, cancelled. But I believe there will be a delay to hear from a man first before a woman. So when you see a woman in power and everyone is listening, it means that she has experience and she has been doing or working in her truth. So yeah, and people believe that this is such a strong word, and then they would listen to her. Like if she has been working in her truth, she has been doing it, and the results is visible. You can see that everyone is benefiting from her work. Then I believe that they would listen to her each time she turns up. You just see that there's a movement.
Okay.
Yeah. So go ahead. You were going to ask.
If we look at the society and what it does to the woman, I mean, we want to look at some of the things that one would pinpoint or one would just highlight to come to a conclusion that the society indeed hates women. What are some of those things that we can look at and say, these are things that society does to the woman that are unfair, right? that, well, some people would say unfair. Some people will use the word
Yes.
unfair. Some will use the word, well, this is pure hatred. But what are some of those
Injustice.
things? Yes, some would say injustice. So what are some of those things that one can look at and point to and say, these things that the society do to the woman, they are not
Comes
good.
out of,
Yeah.
yes, it comes out of a place of ignorance. So, if something has been done to a woman, like the gender mutilation, for example, is from the place of ignorance. They were not aware how damaging, because it's from old and it's a practice. It's a practice that was transferred and not much was done to, stop it. And except, the enlightenment, the movement to stop it started going around, and people started saying that women are dying from this gender mutilation.
Genital
So,
mutilation.
yeah, genital, sorry. Yeah, thank you. Genital mutilation. So I believe that each time something, an error or injustice is done to a woman is out of ignorance. There's no much exposure to that circumstance or to that tradition or whatever it is that was carried out. So, for example, I made mention of that. If you have other examples, we could
Now,
look at it.
I think that the example that has just brought this to the fore, that's brought about this comment, would be the issue of, say, domestic violence, say, some form of suppression of the female gender. So in that regard, if we talk about domestic violence, not forgetting that the male gender suffers it as well, but not as much as not as much as the female.
Yeah.
Okay, so if the female suffers it the most, some people, especially victims, would say that this is born out of pure hatred. So for people who are for our gender who are victims of domestic violence, would it not be right? Would it not be right to say that because I have suffered this, society hates me?
Hates you. Okay, so the correct let's say expression, or let me try to answer it from my own insight. So for domestic violence, first of all, a woman is a human being. So differentiating her from a man is when, she gives birth to a child, she has the breast and, the parts, then, that femininity different from a man, and she's wired differently. So the upper hand goes to a woman for giving birth to children. Thank God that men cannot give birth, So, yeah, I'm thanking God because of that blessing. So if a woman, if society could hate a woman, it hates itself as well, because a woman is a society. Without her giving birth to children, there'll be no much of an reproduction, except maybe the science now will start growing humans, which of course is very limited knowledge. So a woman is the society. So a woman cannot hate herself. From my own insight, the woman cannot hate herself. So the woman is the society. The woman is the nurturing. The first face a child sees is the mother's face, except those that lost their mother at childbirth. May God bless their soul. But so you can imagine such a role on a woman. So now it's really so difficult. Domestic violence comes from ignorance, comes from a place of misplaced priorities, comes from a lot of issues, underlying issues that was unresolved, comes from miscommunication, comes from a lot of places that people do not go to. So if you're not speaking about an issue, it could arise and it can cause, anything to you, as a woman. So, for example, now, there's this girl, she's out of work for a while and she's been living with her family and sometimes her friends, but she has no stable income, and, she has like a petty business that she does, but, she's really scraping herself to get by. So she cannot now say that society hates her because she's in that position or condition. If you check out the
well, she could, because there are some yes, of course, because there are some situations or some predicaments that you go through, and maybe you probably, like in this case now, she is qualified for certain positions, and maybe she applied in some areas and some funny thing happened. Okay, maybe she applied alongside a man and they told her that, well, this job, you as a woman, we cannot give you the job, we'll give it to the man.
Yeah.
All right, and then
Yeah.
she goes
Yeah.
somewhere else and that same thing happens, and so it has kept her in a place where she's not able to get something to get by, like land a good job and all of those, and time is going, clock is ticking, and then the society is, a part of the society is telling her that how far now, you're done with school, or when are you going to get married, and all of those, and then they begin to count your age for you. They begin to count your age for you. So you're going to be 35 soon. Biological clock is ticking. When are you going to get married? When is this happening? When is that happening? So if she finds herself in that space, all right.
Yes.
Would she be wrong to look at the society and say that, well, you society that has done this to me, and maybe, just maybe, for example, this person was abused one way or the other. For example, this person, the same lady that we are talking about, was abused in some form. All right. Would she not be right to get to that point where she says she looks at the society, and because of the things that she has suffered, would she be wrong to come to a conclusion that society really indeed hates me?
Of course, she's right to say that.
Okay.
So it's a pain. It's a pain. You're struggling, and everybody's giving you the butt. They're kicking your butt about it. So yeah, you can. I mean, you can suffer a lot of pressure from anywhere. Now, these are same people, the same society, I quote, have siblings, have husbands, have wives. These are people that make this, that pass this harsh judgment. Harsh judgment. For example, let's use them unmarried girls, and they was to walk into a space and you're not married. They just tag you, maybe a prostitute, one. Maybe, any sort of name they can tag you, for example. But that's not your truth. That's not your truth. If you could marry yourself, you would have already done that, right? So, your truth still stands.
Or if you could get married to a man, you would have done that.
yeah, that's a better word. But I said if you could marry yourself, because the pressure is
exactly
for you to get married. They don't want to know if you are going to marry a man, for example, because if it's to get married to a man, they will not be pressuring you. The man will have to come for you. So they imagine that you should marry yourself. Because if they want you to get married to a man, the man will come for you, because this is mostly his decision. You're being tied to another person, not particularly one person making the whole decision. It's usually like both people agreement, to get married, to be together. So so the pressure is now that you're single is not because you cannot find a partner. You're single is a lot of constraints. Maybe it's not the time for you, or your partner is somewhere enjoying life, or
and is not ready.
Maybe already married though. Sometimes. Yeah.
Okay. So let's come here. The situation that has led Shine to make this particular statement, or let's come up with this particular opinion about the society and it's hating women. Now,
regarding domestic violence, right?
Domestic violence and whatever it is that a woman goes through. Okay, so just this afternoon, I was going through my Facebook feed, and I saw a post from someone. I think a lady said that she saw an effigy tied together, both effigies tied together with, I think, a red rope or something like that. It was bound, like tied together, and it came, I think it was a flood that brought it onshore. Okay, so she saw it, and she picked it up, and then she untied it. Like someone, she saw names. Is it Emeka and Beatrice? Yes, Emeka and Beatrice tied together. So she untied it. And then, so someone reposted and said, maybe they saw a statement that, it must be a woman who must have gone to maybe a native doctor to have a man tied. That first came to the person's mind. And for this person who copied this, who reposted this post, said that this is the problem. That why must it be a woman who would come to your mind first? Yes. Why must it be a woman who would go to the native doctor to get the man tied? Yeah. What if it was the other way around? All right. Now, these are some of the things that some people think that women go through. So if something happens, for example, the issue of any issue in marriage at all, any issue in not just, domestic violence and all of those. Now, any marital issue at all, if there's any marital problem, first, people would want to call out the woman. And for some people, that's not fair. That's society not being fair to the woman. I don't know if that is born out of hatred, all right? But for some people, that is not fair to the woman. So in cases like that, in cases like this, would we say that, well, the society hates women? That's the reason why it would breathe down the neck of women when issues like this arise?
I look at science when I come to that conclusion regarding the rate of is it witchy or witch doctoring or whatever you call it, this stuff. So I feel like the rate at which women go to do witchy stuff and the rate at which men do it as well. If you look at it, it's almost the same. It's funny, but it's almost the same. But the fact that they'll tag a woman to be the person to have tied the man is laughable. It's a laughable cause because most of the movies I watch, money rituals, the women have not.
Well, that's movie. That's movie. Who will say that's movie? And some people can justify that to mean that, well, because we have more women and women are, looking for men to marry, so they can afford to go to the places, and they are the ones who are visiting the different places that they visit to pray for man to come and marry them. And so based on that, well, it's fine that they breathe down the neck of a woman if things like this happen.
Yeah, so if the women go into tying all the men around, so and family is left, that will be free. I mean,
but that's just one of the the examples. I mean, it just came to mind. But adding that to other things, especially issues in marriage, where people.
It cannot be related to hatred. If you're going to tie a man, it's a born out of love and infatuation. If you're going to go all the mile to tie a man down, maybe he has money. One times, the movies I've been watching, either the man has the money or the woman is desperate enough to want to settle down with anybody. So you cannot tie your gate man, right? You cannot tie him with juju. I mean, I'm just citing an example, right? You cannot tie him down, right? So it's either the man has money or something else that is worth tying. So if not, all these men that are moving around with stuff, they would have tied everybody down somehow. I'm just saying. So it's not born out of hatred. It could be born out of infatuation, love, desperation, whatever it is that will make someone tie people down or a man down. Yeah.
Well, that's an aside.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, but I'm still looking at the issue around marriages, all right? Aside the tying and all of those. I just said that because someone felt that it must be women who would do that, breathing down the necks of women. But that's just one. But when it comes to issues of marriage, and another thing that, people would come down heavily on women is the issue of trying to conceive, right? If a woman is married and then she's been unable to conceive, you see a lot of people breathing down the neck of the woman. Oh, what did you do when you were unmarried? You must have done a lot and blah, blah, blah. And so that's the reason you cannot. And at that point, it's not just the men who would come down heavily on the woman. Her gender joins the sector or segment of society that will breathe down the woman's neck. That happens. And another issue is where a lot of fight is ongoing on, even though the men would say we're not fighting with you people, it's just you people, you're fighting yourselves. It is the issue of this equality, all right? Women trying to be gender equality. So if you talk about gender equality, you would have the men come to say, some of them will come to say, well, you shouldn't be fighting for this. You should be submissive. You should be somewhere. You should be this and quiet and this and that. And then you have maybe a few of our gender join them in that. Well, it's not in your place. And so when you see women begin to see life in that perspective, a segment of the society would breathe down on the neck, come down heavily on the woman. And so for some women, they would see that as being, as hatred. Some.
Yes.
So they would just look at all of these things that women suffer and sum them up to be born out of hatred.
Okay. So we are still going back to the word hate. It's a very strong expression until there's really strong violence. Violence, like you have to go all the way to like gun violence. That's out of hatred. Like stabbing someone, that's out of hatred. Like killing someone, that's just sort of blood and stuff, hatred. So I still come down to the fact that gender inequality will not arise to a point where you start the word hate is not my thing, but I'm going to try and express it as much as I can. So hatred from gender inequality is if you can see the potential of a woman and deprive her of her position.
Is that hatred?
Yes.
It is.
That's hatred. It is. You can see that this person has high potential. This person is going to thrive. This person is going to do such great work.
Okay, so if that's happening a lot, then is shine. If that happens a lot, right?
Cause of concern.
Yeah, well, yes, it's a cause of concern. But if that's happening a lot, then it's okay for someone like Shine and some other women to say that because this is happening a lot, because most men or some men are seeing the potentials in women and are trying to suppress those potentials, then we can say that there's that level of hate towards women. Can we categorically say that?
I still will disregard the word hate. Let's work with any other word.
Injustice,
okay.
Unkind,
injustice, yes,
unfair.
Exactly. It's not
How about
fair.
wicked?
Yeah, it's injustice.
How about wicked?
Injustice. Wicked. You can use wicked. Wickedness. Yeah, I've dealt with that word
wickedness.
Too. So yeah, wickedness.
Wickedness is
wicked.
Well,
it's not hatred.
Oh, if someone is wicked, though, it's not hatred.
How can it be hatred? Even love is wicked. Oh my God. Love is wicked. You heard that song, right?
Of course I
yeah.
do.
Okay, so you can say wickedness. Hatred, I don't know. I'm very I don't know about
So
hatred, but I
if
think
Shine were to use, if Shine were to use the word, say, the society is genuinely unfair, unkind to women, would you totally agree?
Well, we've
To
seen
an
a lot of
extent.
cases. No, we've seen a lot of cases, so we have to research how many of these cases are equal to to the ones that they've really helped. Women have been helped. Women have been rescued. Women have been loved.
Women
have
they have been loved.
Women have been babied. Women have been, put in such loving
care. Women have been supported by some people.
Adored. Yes, adored, worshipped. Honey, I'm telling you for sure that we have to check it. What happened? What could have caused this unkind, wicked hatred? What could have caused it? Because the men around are not, foolish. They're not. They are humans. We're not dealing with spirits. We're not dealing with
some like
inhuman. Yes, some. That's when you have to go for prayers. That's why people go to pray and complain and ask God for help. When you see if something is occurring or happening to you consistently, you have to go and ask God, is this your will for me, or is there something I can do? That's when people go to church and ask God, help me. I've been experiencing this particular problem. What's going on? I'm not the only person here. Help me. That's when we go to God and ask for help. So women have been worshipped all around me. I see love. I cannot deal with the word hatred because it's confusing for me. But I can say wicked. I have seen wickedness and I have expressed wickedness towards my siblings as well. So I can work with wickedness because we've been wicked to each other. Yeah.
It's all right.
Yeah. So, yeah.
Okay.
So I can say wickedness, but after the term, it's a tenor. After the period of showing you wickedness, the kind of kindness that follows through, it waves out any error of, trauma that you must have experienced. But you might, sometimes the trauma that you experience from their wickedness might linger, but you will remind the person, this thing you did, it still hurts me. I can't.
And probably there would be, not probably,
yeah,
there will
you'll
be
be
triggers.
Wary. Yes, you'll be wary of them, particularly regarding to such situations. So when you want to encounter their space, you just like, I remember this your wickedness, so I cannot really stand you. So they give you that space. They know how wicked you can be. They know to the extent they can get you to trauma.
Right.
So you can avoid the person in that space because this person is this wicked regard this situation. When it comes to this situation, this person can go to any length to show you wickedness.
Okay.
So yeah.
All right.
So I've experienced it, and I can tell you for sure I can work with that, and I avoid such situations because I don't want to fall into that traumatic experiences that I, got from their wickedness.
All right. So, yeah. Thank you so much, Franca, for joining me in this conversation. Really do appreciate your perspective.
It's always lovely to, So I will conclude with these women all around me are being worshipped, loved, adored because they are the society. They bet the people in power. They give birth to these people in power. They are the mothers. So men are nurturers. They take care. They provide. They love. Yeah, not all. Of course, we are still working.
And I'm sure you've seen women around you that have suffered,
struggling. Yes, from
a lot
men.
In the hands of
some wicked men.
Wicked men.
Wicked men.
Some wicked men from the society.
Yes.
All right. Yes. Thank you so much for joining me. I appreciate you.
Yes, thank you so much. Have a lovely day.
You too.
Lovely evening.
All
right. Bye, dear.
Thank you. Bye. All right, it is today's woman on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. Well, you've listened to my guest talk about the fact that, the word hate is a strong word. But she said Well, women have gone through, a lot in the hands of some men in the society and some members of the society, not just men, but women in the society as well. Okay, so those unfairness, unkindness, and then the injustice that some women have gone through. But she equally talked about the fact that she knows some women who have been loved, who have been supported by society as well. But looking at the issues that women would want to look at, so you see the issue of any domestic violence against a woman. I mean, that is something strong that women, they don't want to hear about it. They don't want to hear about it. Anytime they hear about it, they say, well, why is the society not protective of women, those women who go through those things? And then when you hear that women trying to achieve their goals and the conducive environment is not created, they would want to sum up all these. Oh, female genital mutilation, whatever issue that the woman is going through, prevented from achieving certain goals because she is a woman. Now, some women sum up all those things and come to the conclusion that there's nothing you want to tell me. All of these issues come to play because the society hates women. But if you begin to ask the members of the society who would do certain things that are unfair to the women, they have explanation. Yes, they have explanation, including female genital mutilation. They have explanation. Even though you probe further and you tell them that this particular explanation that you've given is wicked, or no, it's not fair, is unjust, they will still maintain their stance that this is as a result of this. This is because we want to do this. Have they not told you the reason why they say they carry out female genital mutilation? Oh, we don't want the woman to be promiscuous. Yes. So they will not tell you we are doing that because we hate the woman or because we hate women. Even the men who beat their women will not tell you, I'm beating her because I hate her. He would have an explanation. I'm beating her, but I love her, but she's the one who is making me to do this. She's not doing this, that's why I'm doing this. There's always an explanation trying to say that, well, this is the reason, I have a reason, this is the reason I'm doing this to you. They will not admit and tell you that I hate you, that is why I'm doing this to you. The people who would want that, well, you as a woman, you cannot be at the same level with me. Not in the family, right? Maybe at the office. So I am a director, you too are a director. You cannot be a director. And then they fight against that. That person would not tell you, I'm fighting against this woman being a director because I hate her. But because because I'm a man, I want to be above her, not because she's my wife, but because she is a woman and we cannot be in the same position at the office. He would not categorically say, I'm doing this to her because I hate her. Some would even tell you that, in fact, all of the things that I'm doing, that we are doing to the woman, is because we love the woman. When something goes wrong in the family, we breathe down the neck of the woman. We come down so hard on the woman because we want the woman to do well. That would be the explanation that some would give you. But that same woman would look at those actions of yours, the actions of the society, and thinks that, well, the society ultimately, genuinely, truly hates me. Because you cannot tell me otherwise. If you love me, you would want my growth. If you love me, you would want me to be happy. If you love me, you would respect my rights. All right, time for you to join the conversation. It is Today's Woman on Today 95.1 FM. So, according to Nollywood actress Shine Rossman, she says that Nigerian society genuinely hates women. Do you agree? Do you? And in what ways do you think such hatred manifests? And why is it so? Why is that so? But if you think that, well, no, the society doesn't hate women. Or maybe hate them to an extent. Maybe, well, not at all. Okay. Then how would you explain certain things, certain actions against women that you know that, well, this one no good, no follow at all? And then the issue of having a woman to drink water used to wash the cups of the husband, even that one, would you say is born out of love? Like, we love the woman, that's why we are doing this. So is that also born out of love? 08109510 That is the number to dial. And you can send a message, a regular text message or a WhatsApp message to 0701-933-9962. And then Facebook at Today FM 951, at Today FM, at Today 95.1 FM, at Today 95.1 FM. And then on X at Today FM 951. Okay, so go there, drop your comments. And of course, you can dial in as well, so I get to hear your voice. Hi, good evening. Welcome to Today's Woman.
Hi, Sister Faustina. Good evening once again.
Good evening, Brother Kingsley from Obogoro.
Thank you, my dear sister. Yes, I disagree with that comment.
Okay.
That the society hates women. That's not true. For the fact that some women are going some kind challenges, doesn't qualify saying society. If he's saying society is like everybody, you understand? Hate women. That's too
general.
Too harsh. You understand? To generalize. No, my dear, that's not correct.
So you think that's an overstatement?
My dear, it's too harsh on the society, honestly. That's not true. Because some place, I have been in a place where we work, and then we both women work all together, you understand? But at the close of work like this, you see when people are just rushing home, see those women will be fed, you understand, to make sure those are more like they've gone before the men, you understand? They treated them like pain.
Okay.
And I don't know if you have been on the road where you see the men and women will be standing there waiting for a lift, and you see someone who just drove come, big women, or man will still be there. You understand? Waiting for someone to come and help. She should.
Okay, so let's let you go. I think the network.
Hello.
Hello. Good evening.
Good evening, First Nation.
Dr. Chris. Good evening.
Yes,
Welcome.
Faustina, can you hear me very well?
Yes, I can. I can hear you loud and clear.
Good. All right. Faustina, I have to say that is hard. In fact, the woman that said that, I want to put it to her that probably she doesn't have people around her who could make her feel loved, cherished like a woman. If you ask my sister, if the society hates women, she will say no.
Okay.
All this affirmation for women, this right for women, this right for women. It's enough point to buttress the fact that the society loves women. The female
So what if they are bringing on those movements because they feel like the society hates them?
No, that is not correct. That is not correct. Because, well, the thing is that right from creation, maybe women are seen as the weaker vessels. Seeing them as weaker vessels does not mean that they should be hated. But seeing them as weaker vessels means that they should be cared for.
Okay.
Do you understand?
Okay.
That is the reason why they call them weaker vessels. Physiologically, they don't have as much strength as men have. When we talk about powerhouse, it's referring to men, not women. Women are like eggs. They will pamper them. I have a beautiful daughter that when I look at her most times, I glorify God.
Hallelujah.
You understand?
I do.
Yes. Yeah. Now, when you talk about female genital mutilation, do you know the essence of female female genital mutilation, how it originated? It originated from also fellow women. Men wouldn't want to do female genital mutilation. It's fellow women. It's women who came up with that idea in order to preserve a girl child. The origin of female genital mutilation by women, formulated by women, in order to preserve the women. What does it mean? They don't want them to become sexually promiscuous. They want their libido to be low a bit so that they can contain that entity that makes them women, so that they don't follow men around and become stupid and useless in life. And it was formulated by women. However, in modern days, people like us, we preach against it, we campaign against it, that it is depriving the woman, the girl child, our rights. So it was formulated by women. However, their intention originally was not bad, but to preserve the girl child. So if any woman comes to tell me that the society hates women, I will tell back at that woman that you don't have your immediate family who loves you. Ask my daughter if I love her. She'll tell you my daddy is the best man on earth. In the place where I come from, Faustina, where I come from, men don't sit down and women stand up. And I practice it all the time. To anybody who knows me and who cares to know, even when I'm doing word brand, I want to make write up, and I see young ladies wanting to get up for me, I will tell them, no, don't worry. It will be my junior colleague, even the nurses. I tell them, don't get up, you're a woman. Sit down. In my village where I come from, we allow women to sit down while men stand up. Okay. What does it tell you? It started time immemorial. It tells you our forefathers love women. So if it comes to tell me that women are hated by society, I think one is a product of where you're coming from. Probably you're not being loved, or probably you saw your mother maltreating you saw your father maltreating your mother. That doesn't mean that the society hates women. Or you must have seen women being maltreated in your society, in wrong ways. But that does not entail, it's not all encompassing. Where I come from, we value women. We care for women. We love them.
Okay.
You understand?
Yes, I
we don't allow them to suffer. Even biblically, don't allow women to suffer. So from creation, God has made women to be loved among all gender. Faustina, your gender is special species, and we love them, and we'll continue to love them until Christ comes.
All right, thank you, Dr. Chris. I like the way you were so passionate about your perspective, buttressing every point. We love them, special species. We love them, love our gender. Okay. Well, you know how people's views shape their opinions. And so for some people, if they suffer this, if they see this once or twice, well, they just come to a conclusion that, well, there's nothing you want to tell me. This is it. Hello, good evening.
Hello, good evening.
Yes, you're welcome.
Yeah, I don't know the angle that the man is coming from, the percentage he has, that for him to say that men war this time around in Nigeria or the society hates women. We don't hate women. If you see any woman that looks as if men around him hate him, look at her character. We don't hate women. We love our women. Even we are working, women is the hem of affair. We loved her. Even when any man wants to play about psychological wisdom, we bring such men back, putting in his right senses. So I don't think that we hate women. We love our women. That's my story. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. All right. So I need you to look at some of the things that women go through, right? Regardless of who is perpetrating it, you want to... It could be both gender, because she says society. Society comprises of males and females, okay? So if she says society, because in cases of abuse and some other stuff, it's not just the men who would come down hard on the women. Women join too. Yes, women join too. So I mentioned the case of, having to wash the body, the corpse of a man, and giving the woman the water to drink. That's one example. That's one thing that people frown at, but people practice it. Now, for those people who practice it, I don't know what the excuse is. I don't know what the reasons, real reasons are. Aside, it's our tradition, you have to do this so that we know that you are not the one who killed the man or something like that. But the woman would see that. The woman who is going through that would see that, well, look at the people doing this to me. So how can you do this to me if you don't hate me? That's the mindset of the woman who is going through that. Even though the people who are perpetrating that would have some sort of explanation. But that woman who is going through that, and maybe much more, she's going through that, and you have other people saying, oh, this woman, you did too much, you did not do too much, your husband was sick, you are still dancing, you are still doing this, you are doing that, in fact, you did not even give birth to a child before the man died, and maybe it was intentional, maybe it was this and that and that. That woman is going through all of those. Now, would she be wrong to think that the people who are doing all of those things, members of the society, are doing that out of hatred? That just one example, okay? There are other things that women go through that, well, the people who perpetrate those, they have explanation. But the woman would be feeling what she's feeling at that point. Hello, good evening, welcome.
Yeah, first dinner, Mr. Zion from Port Harcourt.
Go on, Mrs. Zion.
This accusation on the society, to me, I think it's high time we stop accusing this whole society. Because society is a nobody. Whenever some family members are victimized and their family members try to correct them, they tend to put it on the society, whereas it's them and their family members and within their circles who don't appreciate them. So the accusation on society did this, our society is that, our society is that, it should stop. Since United Nations cannot stop it, I want to put a stop to it. We should stop it. Women are not hated or being maltreated anywhere. Women are loved, women are favored. We were here when they gave them 35% affirmation. 35% affirmation. Former Governor Joseph Wike said he acted upon it. Every vice including his deputy. Must be a female. You like it or not? He went a step further, an age-long cry. How some of his kindreds are so hostile on women when it comes to father inheritance. He corrected that age-long strife, which hatred of the society, in quote now, have against women. As I'm talking now, as I'm talking to you now, even where I come from, women are more valuable than men. Underline that word, value. Look now, we are having contribution of men 100,000, women 50,000. Some of these women even have money more than me, have influence more than me, have properties more than me, but I'm contributing 100K, they are contributing 50K. And you say they don't like them? And when it comes to sharing formula, look at it all. I as a man, I'll be taking 50, women will be taking 100. Where I come from? That is why we have this common cliche. Oh, wait, taro, taro, ere, nene. It's an intro adage, which is men 3, women 4. Where did they get that from? She got married to a family that does not respect women. She got entangled to a husband that his sisters don't respect women. They started maltreating her in that family. And she came to the society and said that society does not like me. What did you do to your husband's family people? You are so disobedient and arrogant. You are feeling pompous and wicked, stopping them not to come to their brother's house. For you to go and love them, feel the relationship with them. Now they turn back against you.
Okay.
That they are wicked against you. As I'm talking to you, I'm going to put the markets now in River State now. Who occupied them? Is it no women? Who is talking to me now? Is it not you? Are you not woman? Is it wrong for Maxwell to be here? Is it wrong for Kelly to be here? But you were so honored, so celebrated, and see the AC way they blow you there. Mosquito self no.
Mr. Zion, yeah, come on, be great. Thank you. Imagine. So you see when you blew. All right, you're listening to Today's Woman on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People, 10 minutes past 8 p.m. And yes, we're having a conversation about an opinion from Nollywood actress Shine Rossman. Okay, so I wanted to mix it up. Oh, she's not married, all right? Yeah, but you know how I mentioned earlier, people's experiences shape their views. Okay? People's experiences. Now, if you probe further to some people who would say that indeed society hates women, they would point you in certain directions. And then when you begin to also point them in the direction of love, of the things that they've enjoyed by virtue of being a woman, well, they would agree that, well, yes, this one, yes, it's because I'm a woman now. I got it, yeah, because I'm a woman. Yes, I was loved. I'm loved. Yes, but sometimes you want to look at what the that gender is going through and what the gender is feeling at that point in time. So the person who is going through those things would say that this is how I'm feeling. I feel that a certain segment of the society has failed me. Well, that's for some people, certain segment. And they could mention, oh, it's the other gender. Or it's even my gender. Right? While for others, they look at the experiences like, okay, the same way people, my gender, looks at the issue of domestic violence and would come to a conclusion that, well, what's happening This is too much. So one member of my gender could come to the conclusion that because this is too much, it's born out of hatred. That's it. And for another who has experienced something wicked could say, I'm experiencing this from people who hate me. Now, if you ask those people, why did you make out this particular action on this person or treatment on this person, the explanation is nowhere close to hatred. No. There's always something to justify, something good. Oh, no, I did not do this because I hate you. I did this because I needed you to stop doing this thing that you were doing. That's it. But she says Nigerian society genuinely hates women. All right, let's take some messages from the SMS portal. I totally disagree with the actress' statement. I believe she spoke via her personal experience with men, which did not go down well with her, because I have observed that most ladies, no matter how endowed they are not relationship lucky. Okay. And anyone that hates a woman hates life. Because if you ignore a woman, your lineage automatically closes. So to me, women is life, and life without them is a man's first hell. Oh, wow. Abraham Chimenum. This is strong. Life without them is a man's first hell. And I'm thinking the man is listening to him like, guy, this one too much. I bet we no agree. Or the ones who would say, it's the women, they are hell, they are the men's first hell. Some people will tell you that. For Sina, a woman can only be hated in the society as a result of their demonic enterprises, like using hot water heater against your husband, or cutting your husband's manhood, or putting otumokbo in his food as a result of love portion, you meant, right? Which leads to the man's death. Promise Walker from Elele Alimini. Okay. You see this thing that you just said, if you flip it and you ask a woman why she did that to the man, she will not say it's not because I hate the man. No. She'll say it's because I love the man and the man is misbehaving, so I needed him to stop misbehaving. That would be same explanation that the man would give for meeting out some sort of treatment to the woman. He will not say, I did this to my wife because I hated her. But it's the one who's feeling, who is suffering, who is the victim, that would come to that conclusion that because you've done this to me, I think you've done it to me out of hatred. The word hate indicates a feeling of separateness. I do not think the trouble is emotional but traditional. When cultures clash, for example, rights and privileges, including those of women, may be violated or trampled upon. Chimenim Ohaka. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. 0810951091. That's the number to dial. Okay. Yes. Let's move over to WhatsApp and take some of your messages that you've dropped there. And for more messages, send them to 0701-933-9962. Dear Faustina, I am Gabriel. I must tell you categorically that any woman that nurtures that idea simply has attitudinal issues, because she has consciously or unconsciously been an irritant to men around her by her attitude. Okay. Hi, good evening.
Yeah, Faustina, good evening.
You're welcome.
How are you doing?
Very well, thank you.
Yeah, doing very well.
Thank you.
The word hate.
Is this Okidim?
Sorry?
I'm trying to place a name to the voice.
Okay, Okidim Junior from Abua.
I was right. Welcome.
Thank you very much. the word hate, there is a word you used there. That genuinely.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that word is really appropriate to use there.
Now that's what she used.
No. It can't be genuinely. Hate cannot go with genuinely. But then I disagree with her because the word hate is too strong to be used in this context. Because women cannot be hated now.
Regardless of whatever treatment they
No,
suffer?
No. You can link it to maybe environment or family or ethnic group. You can't generalize that women are hated.
Okay.
Yes.
So certain treatment that women go through, some people can say that the family hates the woman, the man hates the woman, that's why he did what he did, or what the family...
It's absolutely based on individual.
Okay.
Yes, individual or your partner. If it's marriages, maybe your partner, your behavior towards your partner is wrong, and your partner now is responding to using negative response on you. You understand?
Okay.
So you can refer to, but then coming to say women are hated generally, it can't be true, because where we come from, we know we respect women, we care for women. You can't be in a place where a woman is standing, no seat, and you're sitting down as a man. These are cultures, and we respect women. You can't. The word hate is too strong now. Let me just give you a few definitions. Hate is a strong, intent, negative emotion characterized by feeling of dislike, anger, or hostility towards a person. So it can't be, and it's obviously an individual basis. Just like I said, even men too are hated in that way. Women maltreat men and all of that. So I don't see it linking it to a woman.
On the basis of individuals and some families and of course some communities, hate can suffice. The word hate can suffice, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
We can say that for the communities who still practice washing of the cups of the man and giving the wife to drink, that they hate the woman or they hate the women, right? That's why they're doing what they're doing, right? Oh, okay. Thank you. You're gone. For me, the statement is very wrong. Women are the most loved in the society. The man is the most hated. By the society. Okay. A woman slaps a man and walks away free, but a man does the same and the world kills him. Brightner from Woji. Okay. Is this if you flip it, is this also general or it's individual based or something? Hi, good evening. Oops. My ear.
Sorry.
It is still loud.
Can you hear me now?
I could hear you before now. It was the noise from the background.
All right.
I wanted to deafen my ears.
The issue is for Sina.
Yes, please.
Women likes complain.
How we go do now?
Women likes complain. For Sina, I'm walking on the road on a scorchy sun, on a sunny day, and a woman is walking alongside me, and the car drove and then stopped and picked her and left me.
And I'm smoking
women are hated though. You say?
I'm smoking now.
Okay. I'm having fracas with a woman on the street or somewhere, or I'm having an altercation with a woman. My fellow man comes and doesn't even ask what the matter is. Just because I'm talking with a woman, I'm having issue with a woman, he concludes that I am the one
the troublemaker.
oppressed. I don't understand. women are hated. My dear, women can complain in Africa.
We can complain now, but have you heard where a woman's corpse was washed and then the water given to the man to drink?
On that particular issue.
No, but have you heard?
Yes, I've heard it. Listen, on that issue.
No, the woman died, and then they washed the corpse of the woman, gave the water to the man to drink. You've heard?
No, I've not heard that one. But now, let me come to that matter. You see, I know that particular culture is not acceptable. It's not good. Are you getting me? Read my way, so it's not good. But something brought that. Are you getting me?
What could that be? Because some would say it's hatred.
The word brought it is what I'm letting you know now. It's what I'm trying to let you know now. Are you getting me? The way a manner women handles men in the family makes relations feel unsafe whenever something or those kind of things happen to a man.
Okay.
Are you getting me?
I am trying to get you.
Yes. And that is why such culture emanated.
So they feel like because of the way the woman was treating the man, that when he passed, she must be the one who killed him.
And some kind of deceitful characters women portray sometimes. It makes. Are you not? Is it not shocking to you that it's their fellow women that persuades them to do it? Are you getting me?
I'm listening to you.
Yes, it's their fellow women in the society that persuades them to do it because women know woman better. Are you getting me? So all those things brings all those kind of culture, but it's not. It's absurd. So it's not good. It's not good. I don't promote. I don't like that. It's totally out of it.
All right. Thank you very much
for
joining the conversation. Good evening, Lady Faustina. Only a woman struggling with low self-esteem would believe that society hates women. We have inspiring examples like Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala and numerous other accomplished women who are celebrated by society. Women are indeed highly valued and respected in our communities, and it's essential to recognize and acknowledge their contributions and achievements. From Ahoda. Okay, all right, thank you very much. One more call. We head over to Facebook and on X to take some comments. Hello, good evening.
Hello?
Hi, good evening. Welcome.
Yeah, good evening, Faustina. How are you?
Very well, in Kimbillion.
Happy weekend to you.
Happy weekend to you
Faustina, I'll listen to you very, very attentively, including the person you interview. I think she have done justice. She have tried her best anyway. But I want to disagree with that woman. If you check very well, go and verify. She may have been damaged. She must be a single mother. But from them, that's how they speak.
She's not.
Yes. When they speak for sinners, when they speak, you will know that they are feminists. And I wonder why somebody said that men do not love women, hate women. No, it's unfair.
Not just men. No. She said society. That includes women as well.
The society. It's an aberration to say that for sinner, men have given a lot to women, not gender something, or feminist. It's not proper. I don't see the reason why if issue come out, there are so many men that are dying secretly in their homes for sinner. Domestic violence is both sides. I don't like when one happens. That blood person will begin to castigate men. There are a lot of men. Even the one I know, the men they are too proud to come out and begin to cry. Their women are cage them. Their women are doing that. It's not the nature of men. You understand? So it should be neutral when it should come out like this. For example, now you said that Regina went in hospital giving everything, including private jets. You say women have been maltreated or whatever. No, I disagree. Expression of that. So let us love each other and share common harmony, to each other, not to come and you feminists, you allow us to rest. Yes, it's unfair. It doesn't handle well.
But once again, she did not say men hate women.
I thought you said so during your intro.
No,
Anyway,
she said society genuinely hates women.
Who make up the society?
Men and women.
So if a woman is the opposite sex now, it's quite obvious. You understand? So please, yes, please develop your agenda. Let them allow us to breathe more now. We love you guys. You understand?
This is one of the ways that we're making you breathe now.
God bless you,
All
my
right,
dear.
thank you very much for joining the conversation. All right, let's head over to Facebook, take some comments. Darlington Obuku says the answer is no. There are still good people and the society does not hate women. Therefore, when you find someone who is good and ready to pay any price for you, then swallow your pride and pursue them. Okay, thank you very much. Which kind of talk with this now? They vex? No vex now, calm down. Women where God take time create 9 person with brain go genuinely hate. Who give them that power to hate a jewel of inestimable value? You are laughing at your own comments too. Well, all that are for reasonable women out there. As a woman, if you are not sensible, being a woman doesn't give you any edge. Change. Okay. How will I know? How will you not know? Are you not a member of the society? Do you hate women? If you don't, well, and if you think a lot of people don't hate women, you let us know. How will you not know? And you're a member of the society. You have to know something. You have to know it. Thank you, Namdi. Actors Sunday says, yes, the Nigerian society hates women that don't have sense. Okay. All right. Now, the thing is, when you talk about, one caller talked about the fact that the example of the water from the cups given to the women to drink, that it's not just the men who perpetrate that. It's the women, the fellow gender, that would say, because of this, you that. And for as many issues about and against women that would arise, there are some women who would say that, well, this is not it. They will be part of that segment of the society that would be against the woman. That's because they have a perspective that they hold on to. That's because they believe that, well, this is how it ought to be. So collectively, now when you talk about issues, even the female genital mutilation, not be women, but they are members of the society as well. But in some cases, you want to just look at the person who is complaining and deduce that even though you've mentioned society, I know in your mind there is a segment of the society that you're looking at. If you're a woman who is complaining, you must be complaining about the other gender. But in some of the issues, some of the cases that women suffer, some of the issues, her fellow gender is among those who would perpetrate that treatment. No doubt. Not at all. All right, I still have a few minutes to take a few more calls and messages before we wrap up the conversation. You're listening to Today's Woman on Today95.1 FM. Do you think that the society genuinely hates women? How does this hatred manifest? And why do you think, if you think that the society hates women, why is that the case? Hi, good evening.
Yeah. Faustina, I call back. Okidim Jr.
Okay, you took your time.
You were trying to ask a question concerning the drink, the traditional drink that they give to a woman. Those are. See, it's custom. It's not hatred. See, our forefathers set those customs that are alien to our society now, as society grows and as exposures increase.
So you think they did it out of love back then?
Sorry?
So you think they did it out of love back then?
Yes. There are
what
certain
kind of love
things.
Is that?
Listen now, there are certain things that made them to set those customs and traditions to guide them and to bring law and order to society. So as we grow and we see these laws that are alien to our development, we begin to change them gradually. So it's not targeted at the girl child. No. We should not see it that way.
This particular one is now, but I've not heard where they washed the woman's body and gave it to the man to drink now.
Sorry? No, there are some that are attributed to men. It might not be the same,
I mean this particular one that we're talking about. It's even gross.
That is for the girl child, but there are some that are for the men.
But this one now, our forefather, they should have made it for everybody now.
Let me tell you another one. There is an ethnic group that you find it difficult to marry their daughter because of what are involved. Do you understand? As the society grows, they look at it that their female child are not getting married.
Another one for
they have to amend it and bring that situation to bear, so that these people will get married and leave the family. And another one I want to tell you, the female child was not sending. They were not sending it to school because of, to them, the male child will be the one to take care of the family. Any investment given to the male child is for the family. They don't want to waste money to send the female child to school. Do you understand? Okay. As we grow, the society no, that is not right. Those customs and traditions begin to change one after the other.
But you think they were not born out of hatred?
No.
All right,
it was just out of their thinking and all of that. Okay. So as the society grow, all of those thinking that are not in line with our society now should be changed.
All right, thank you. Let me let you go. All right, thank you very much. Thank you so much. All the examples you've given now, the girl child, she's this. But I'm particular about that one. This our forefathers did not try you. They should have, if they did that one out of love, that you need to wash the cups of the man for the woman to drink because of whatever. It could have been for both now, so that when while we are here now trying to change all of those things, we change them together. But then again, they did what they did at that point in time, and the generation just after them, they carried on till a certain time when in some places they've said, wow, this is really wicked. This is really hatred for the female child. Let's stop it. And some people have refused to stop certain treatments. They carry on like, no, this is not hatred, it's our tradition. In fact, we love the woman. That's why we have carried on like this. What? Come on now. Good evening.
Good evening, Miss Faustina.
Hi. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm Gift calling from Port.
Welcome, Gift.
Thank you. I like your vocals.
Oh, thank you so much.
And the topic of discussion tonight, you said the woman said the society genuinely
hates women.
Mm-hmm. Yes. I don't actually concur with her to what she said though.
Okay.
Yes, because it's to some extent.
Okay, to some extent.
To me, I would say the society sometimes is not always fair to women, and I will give you some instance.
Okay, go on.
Like you said before, in a home after marriage, maybe there is no child. And the people that makes up the society are both women, men. You understand, everybody. They will target on the woman. maybe when she was a spinster, there was something she did that hampered with her own body.
Yeah.
Then, if it's a lady who is single, you see that the society will say it's because of her bad character that made her to remain in her father's house. Then, when it comes to domestic violence, they will say it is her sharp mouth. Maybe her mouth is always running like tap. Whenever
She's not submissive.
That is what the society will say. And I can remember what transpired between me and someone years back. I asked the person, how does he see a woman becoming the president of Nigeria? That was years back. The person said, now why you won't make all Nigerian money go for makeup and hair, except makeup. That's society. Then, all these our influential musicians, these famous ones, maybe if they give the woman something,
yes,
you will see that the society will start quarreling the person or start bantering the person online, saying, why must it be woman? And in some cases also, women are mostly favored. That's why I say I don't actually concur to her. I just, some essence, she's somehow right, but the word genuinely, that word genuinely is a very strong word. It means the fullest degree that somebody detests, the society detests women. No, it's not. I don't actually agree because I could remember what happened 2 months back when my first son was sick. I had to rush him to the hospital. On my way coming back, because my child was detained, on my way coming back, and it was that period that where was cast, I don't know, Dangote and whatever that happened that year. So I had to take a commercial vehicle down to fix some things while my husband was with him. On my way going back to the hospital, I was favored. The person that took me from Air Force Junction down to Waterline, when I came down, money. I said, why? He said, just take because of baby. A guy saw me coming with bag. The guy came and rushed the bag, helping me to the hospital. So I was just surprised with everything that happened then. So I don't actually agree.
Okay. Thank you.
In some cases, they are not always fair. So I don't agree totally with her.
All right. Thank you, Gift.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for joining.
Good night.
All right, good night. Okay, now this is a woman. Typically, some people would have thought that, well, a woman calling and then she would, totally and absolutely concur with what Shine has said, that the society genuinely hates a woman. But you see, she said no. I mean, to some extent, and then she gave instances of where the society is not fair. I mean, she didn't use the word hate. It's not fair to the woman. And that this same female gender enjoys certain perks from the society by virtue of just being a woman. Okay. All right. Fair enough, right? Well, 0810-9510-951. 0810-9510-951. That is the number to dial to be a part of the conversation, or you can send a message. Quick one to 0701-933-9962. Hello.
Hello, Pastor.
Yes, please. Good evening.
Pastor, good evening.
I can hear you. Good evening. Go on.
Hello?
Hello. Good evening.
Okay.
I can hear you.
Yeah.
Your name is?
I agree. My name is George. I'm calling from Orange.
All right, George.
George, I'm from Orange.
Go on.
So, I totally disagree with the statement of that woman. You see, in my own society, or in the place where I come from, women are highly honored. Let me tell you what happened. Maternal home is a chair. There was a place when the chair people were carrying their women up to their father's home. But later, when the women protested because of the love the people have on them, they now rule that whenever, anytime you die, they will bury you in your husband's place. So we give women a lot of honor, we give them a lot of respect. So if there are some custom or some tradition that forbid a kind of thing in a place, it should not be generalized to the entire society. because each society has its own value and has its own way of doing their things by themselves. So that statement of whether woman is completely wrong. We respect women a lot and we love them. Even when they harm us, even when they try to do something that, that triggers some kind of actions. But then, we look at them as a weaker vessel because the Bible makes us understand that they were created out of our own ribs. So, we cannot break our ribs now. You understand me, Fortuna?
Even though some
So,
of
we
you break
pamper
the
them, we
ribs.
take good care of them,
Yes.
and make sure that they feel well. Thank you, Fortuna, George.
Thank you so much, George. Yeah, we cannot break our ribs now. Yeah, but some of you break them all. Some of you, that's some, not all. I cannot say. I mean, everyone. If you talk about domestic violence, it's not happening everywhere, like in every home. There are men who would not lift a finger on women. Okay, so that happens. But for some, now they break the ribs well. Like, now even boxing ring on the enter, break the ring, break it very well. Well, thank you so much for joining the conversation. It's been today's woman on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. Your calls, well appreciated. Messages, comments, thank you so very much. At top of the hour, Reggae Melaites, yes. Reggae Melaites will come on the air, top of the hour. My name is Faustina Oputu. Next week, Friday, is another time to table my agenda and see how we can, one step at a time, understand or try to understand my gender. Okay? Thank you so much. Once again, my name is Faustina.
They look like a team that can make it happen in Akwa Ibom State this weekend. On this edition of Global Sports Update, I'll be speaking with one young man. Yes, still a young man who devoted his career to following Nigerian football everywhere, anywhere. And when he speaks, he's an authority. You must listen to him. My name is Godwin Enoch, and when we come back from this short break, I'll be letting you into the name of this young man that I said is right here. Is all about the domestic football for him, as it were, while others are talking about foreign football. Welcome back. His name is Oyewunchi Wachuko. We call him Oye for short. Oye, it's been a long, long time. How are you doing?
Well, I'm very fine, Godwin. How are you? Yeah, so you know, it started in 1980. Godwin, you know the story. When we are working with veteran journalist Mr. Tao Balogun, he made sure that every Saturday we follow the league. Sometimes midweek games, we go to very close venues. We travel all the way from Lagos to Osogbo to cover shooting stars. For the program that same night. So it's a passion that started when we started this profession, and it has continued. And I believe in the league. I believe in Nigeria as a project. Whatever challenges that we have, I believe we have the wherewithal. We can always look inwards to solve our issues. If we get the correct personnel, we get the right people with the right mindset, I believe that we can, our league can compare with one of the best. Let's people start from the African continent.
The last time we won the CAF Champions League was Enyimba back-to-back. We have never won the CAF Confederation Cup.
Yeah, we have not.
Now, since Enyimba, no club side in Nigeria has won the CAF Champions League. What are we not doing right?
Yes, the Enyimba story is what we call an isolated case, because Governor Jisokalo took Enyimba as a personal project. In fact, the story in Abia was that he ignored every other sector for Enyimba. For me, it was also a personal story, because I flew quite a few times with them on private jets to North Africa. So that tells you the story. That instead of flying around, going to Europe, we flew straight to Algeria, flew straight to Tunisia. So it was a story, a project that couldn't have been sustained by successive governors. Oji gave everything to ensure that Enyimba won the CAF Champions League back-to-back. Even as I'm talking to you, I can reel out the first 11 players that won those two CAF Champions League. So it shows you consistency. It showed that they pumped in a lot of money to motivate the players. Traveling arrangements were top-notch. The team lacked nothing. I must tell you that. So then now it's a different ball game. The other time Enyimba were on the continent on that kind of one particular season, we had a disjointed traveling arrangements. There's no way we are going to win the title with this kind of arrangement. Then again, the teams that have won, even when Enyimba won, we had internationals, we had players. Vincent Eyama was there. He was already, keeping for Nigeria. When you look at all these teams, Domolodi Sundowns, Raja Casablanca, Espongos, you see internationals, internationals of different countries playing for, those clubs. And what it means is that they have investors, they have sponsors, they have money to attract players. That is not possible. Remo Stars that won the FPFL. Mr. Kule Sholame is a brutally honest man, very honest man. And he said that there's no way he can pay 1 million for. And if the player comes and says he has offer, that is not going to stop there. So you cannot win the Champions League if you don't have quality players, if you don't have the core of the players staying together for 2 or 3 seasons. Then you have a very good coach. Most of these teams, perennial winners, they have foreign coaches, they have European coaches, they have top-class coaches. So those are the things that you are lacking. So then we need to invest in the league. It's the reflection of our league. Let us not delude ourselves. We need to invest. The league is not on TV. The players are living for Sudan, for Benin Republic. I don't blame them. They play. Football is the source of livelihood. They have the mouths to feed. They are breadwinners. So,
exactly.
I mean, in Nigeria now, if you are earning 500,000 as a player, and you get an offer for APR of Rwanda, they promise you $5,000 with other add-ons at the monument. There's no way you're going to stay here. So it's a whole gamut of issues. I just hope one day that we can get it right.
Oyewuchi Nwachukwu, Peter Saidida told me that the goalkeeper of Mamelodi Sundowns earns 80 million naira every month.
You can see that.
Unbelievable. But there was a time that, like you just said, Eyimba Football Club was a dream of every player, home or away. Players came from Ghana, from all over Africa to come and play for Eyimba Football Club because this money was taxpayers' money. No private sector person would want to put that kind of money in a sector that is not stable, as it were. So let's come back to this weekend. We have Remo Stars in South Africa going to play Mamelodi Sundowns. This game will be this weekend. Can they survive? Will they survive? Is that an illusion?
God, you already know the answer. There's no way Remo Stars will survive. I think deep down, Remo Stars have been unfortunate. Let's even give it a background.
The draw.
They've been unfortunate with fixtures. If you look at the last two times they have qualified for the CAF Champions League, it's usually a team from Morocco. And it has been quite unfortunate. I don't know how fate has conspired, to undo Remo Stars. So, yes, they were able to get past the team from Comoros Island, but against Mamelodi Sundowns, it's always going to be difficult because half of the Sundowns teams are going to the World Cup. So, the captain of the team is the captain of the Bafana of South Africa. So they are swimming against the tide. It's always going to be difficult, and I don't see them surviving. I just believe that they should count their losses and prepare for next season. So let's be realistic. There's no way Sundowns will lose the game. You have 5-1 at home, and there's really nothing more about it. I think we have to be realistic.
Yeah. Okay. Rivers United lost 0-1 away against Black Bulls in Mozambique. This weekend, they are in Uyo hosting the same team. Rivers have been consistent. So you can't say the same thing you said about Remo Stars when you're talking about Rivers United.
Well, God, it shows how low our football has sunk. When the Yimba won the Champions League, apart from, I think, that first time they lost to Smiley 6-1, they came back to win 4-2. They were not losing scandalously.
Yeah.
They were not losing scandalously. And we can recall what happened in that game. I think it was a bad day for Vincent Anyama. He had to even be substituted, and the Daily Ayunuga replaced him. So I think losing in Maputo it does not show that Rivers United are serious. I thought that they could get a draw. You could argue that it's a slim scoreline, but see, on the continent, it's a different ballgame. There is really no home and away because some of the things that we do, let's not really watch our dirty in public. Some of the things that we do during MPFL games will be very difficult during continental games. And secondly, Rivers United are not playing in Port Harcourt. Remember, they are playing at the Fabio Stadium. And that stadium is very big. Even if you park 5,000 fans there, the atmosphere, the ambience will literally swallow those fans. So the 12th fan for Rivers United, that factor is no longer there. You know how the economy is now. It's pretty difficult for fans to travel several kilometers to go and watch away from home. So remember what also happened to Abia Warriors when they played Stade Malien. They considered the late minute goal, which was their greatest on being when they played second leg in Bama. So I think it's going to be tough for Rivers United. I don't want to put my bets on them winning. I just pray that they could do it so that they could save us from the embarrassment of losing more slots in the next season's CAF Champions League and CAF Confederations Cup.
Before I let you go, let's talk about the coefficient, like you said now. We might just lose 3 out of 4, which means that we can only parade 2 teams next season on the continent instead of 4. Beyond that, 4 teams from Nigeria, from the league, from the FA Cup, could not play their games at home. Kwara United played in Abeokuta. Remo Stars played in Abeokuta instead of Ikene. Rivers United are playing in Uyo. And what do we expect?
Well, Bobby, it's a difficult situation for us. Remember that Consul Akpabio Stadium in Uyo is the only stadium approved by CAF and FIFA.
Yeah.
So one would have expected that we put on our thinking caps. The MPFL should have insisted that, to help the clubs insist. It will be tough, but you must have the will to enforce these decisions. Tell them that you must upgrade your stadium at least up to CAF standards so that they can at least play before their fans. It's very important in football that you play before your fans. Even average teams are usually motivated by the songs, the chanting of their fans. But sometimes the MPFL, they don't have the will to enforce this rule. Okay, everybody knew that the Umaya Township Stadium cannot host even a waffle tournament.
Has been bad forever. That stadium has been bad forever. It's never been a good place.
Why have they not mandated Abia Warriors management to fix that stadium? And some of these things are not even, they are basic things. The dressing room, the playing tough, make sure that even the referee room, the running water, those are things that could be fixed. So I don't know how
it
we
is
are
well.
conspired to be a problem unto ourselves. So it is very difficult. Look at the stadium in Ilorin. I just read yesterday at the press that they spent $2 billion to renovate the stadium. So I was wondering,
what did they renovate?
And what did they do? And at the end of the day, the stadium could not meet some of the criteria to host continental games, and it affected Kwara United. The same stories everywhere. Okay, Rivers United. If you even say some of these things are poor in quotes, because I don't even believe that they are poor. They are getting more money from this government now. So what about Rivers United, Port Harcourt, Oyo State? Why are they still playing outside Port Harcourt? Those are the questions. Well, must insist. No matter whose fault is gone, they must have the way to enforce the rules. Because at the end of the day, it will come back to haunt us.
I agree completely. Oyewuchi, thank you so very much for your time.
It's my pleasure.
Thank you. Wow. It says the MPFL management must insist. Wow. That's an impossible task, I must tell you. They are appointed by government. The same government owns the stadium. And of course, the teams. So what do you expect? He who pays the piper will always call it in. That's what I've been told. My name is Godwin A. Nakena. Do I say I wish Remo Stars all the best this weekend? Do I say I wish Rivers United all the best this weekend? I don't know what to say. Keep listening. Keep praying for Nigeria. Don't allow this weekend to weaken you. My name is Godwin A. Nakena. God bless Nigeria.
Say no to the ordinary. Embrace the extraordinary, because we are the voice of the people. Voice of the people. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM.
Tune in for a journey beyond the ordinary.
Fasten your seatbelts.
We are not just a station, we are the station. Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
Carlo on this console. We are jamming tonight because we are one in a big different style on this station. One thing me I must tell you, anywhere you are there, you must have a good reggae music for them night and tonight. We are make sure things are one the way I feel one. That's why me say, so we are one on this nation. We are say greetings to the Most High Jah Rastafari. Ever living, ever faithful. We say thank you, Jah, just a fee another day on this here program. This program are you sight and hear me, a them call them Reggae Milites on this here station. One thing you must know for sure, today I come in a style, a rude man style, and we are go jam it and make you sure you feel Irish man. Big up! This is 94.1 FM. Reggae music, are we a one man? come and jam it today, and we come with every of them falls. Me always tell you that Babylon wall I go fall today, and when we are say Babylon wall I fall, everything Babylon must have crash tonight, because Jah no like anything Babylon, because them people wicked and them no like Jah. Jah no like people who are no like them. Babylon, I go for them. Me, I have them lady. She is just a regular program, regular visitor of them program. She is just a parcel and parcel of this program. Me must introduce her, and she I say we join hand and make Babylon wall a fall today.
Yeah,
you know, your side. What I want today, them lady, miracle.
Yeah, man.
How you feel today?
I feel good.
This year program I come in a grand style.
Yeah, man.
And me, I know everything nice about reggae. You are loving at them thing.
Yeah, man. Love everything.
Miracle.
Yeah, man.
It will offer them listeners, them fans, them go know that today we have a lady in this year one. When we bring her this topic, everything must be a big topic. Rise to man, Raman, we got stay when I come back from a demonstration. We go back to them table and we make sure everything are one nice. This year song I say, we government, be careful before you go to jail. We are say billion project, but what we are say is just 1,000 projects. Government, everybody be careful.
Straight out, straight boy, we get a trillion government, meanwhile a million projects. We get a trillion government, meanwhile a million projects. I just suspect them all. I just suspect them all.
Yes, man, we are suspect them a million project. We are not certain to see anything. I be a shame, man. Big up.
Tell me what's your plan? We can't understand. Things are getting out of hand. Where's the master plan? Make we see for ourselves. What's in too big for you to do? Oh, I say we can take this no more. Them schism, acting above the law. Leave them a system in penury and sorrow. Meanwhile, them just put pen on paper. Boy, for some trillion budgets. Meanwhile, a million projects. We get a trillion government. Meanwhile, a million projects. I just suspect them all. I suspect them all. Kill them. Suspect them all. Suspect them all. Judgment. So me go to them. Take a walk to his schools and tell me what you see. Cause me not see nothing to smile about. Check the police and them stations. No corruption run panda. Still nothing to smile about. Always a scary dream. No, this can't be real. Politicians ripping up the masses. What a thing. It's a disgrace. Say nothing is in place. But them shake and still a deal. And for this trillion government. Meanwhile a million project. We get the trillion government. Meanwhile a million. Hey, and they suspect them all. I suspect them all.
We I say this is reggae military Safiabo in the station. You know, when we are say reggae music, everything here never gets old. Miracle.
Yeah, man.
You know, you are side what one few station. We are rocking at them music, and them people on Facebook feel, and we come in a style.
Yeah, man, we come in a style.
Yeah, man. How you enjoy that music? You are laughing at them thing?
Yeah, man. It was so. Oh, Chimo.
Reggae music on 95.1 FM. This year when I come, the man them call Bonnie's Fair. Him say, make we a do it, and we a go do it. We do it, and we a go do it, man. Big up. is getting greater and greater.
Yeah, it's so outrageous. So what do we have to do?
So you encourage divorce instead of them woman die upon them house, later divorce.
Run away, pack your bag and run away.
Yes, you cite them Senator Ned Nwoko beat up him wife, and everybody are condemned that. So what I say, if you cannot tolerate their wife actions, them mouth, because them say the weapon them women have is the mouth.
Mouth, actually.
Since them can fight and beat, but some of them fight too, them beat up.
Yeah.
Them beat up. Me aside, somebody beat up him husband and beat him black and blue.
Them. If they beat you, beat them.
Miracle.
Yeah, man.
You know, Jap people them no like fights.
Yeah.
And we are talking about how peace go come upon them home. And the advice me I go give men, no matter what your wife, your woman do, you are no beat them up, because them children watch everything that I want upon home. And Miracle, there's one thing me I want to tell you.
Yeah, man.
Me hear that when men them no have money, business have had them not working out. Nothing I work out, no money, everything. Any little thing you tell them fall back to anger.
Yeah, definitely, because money is also everything, and it's not everything also. When there's no money in the family, everybody's going to be pissed, because there are so many things that the lady wants, and if you cannot afford it, if you cannot give it to her at that time, she get pissed.
Even the man that him no have money, him get angry.
He angry because he could not afford.
Anger.
Some men are not even angry that they could not even provide for the family.
Yeah.
They are not even feeling remorseful. They want to make the lady suffer. Me, I will not stay with a man that's going to make me suffer. Never.
Anger plus anger equals to?
Fire.
Me know you have failed that one. It cannot be fire. Destruction. Thank you, Miracle. You advise them men, them try to provide for them family. Try as much as you can. When you no have, be patient, things are go one nice. We are move early on the phone line because everything I want. Remember, we have a brand new JC feed them callers. Number one, you tell us your name and where you are called from. Two, you must tell us tomorrow. Rivers United will be playing a Mozambican club tomorrow at Akpabio International Stadium. Tell us the score tomorrow. Remember, Rivers United are go away all the way to Mozambique. Them people defeat Rivers United 1-0. And this time, them people come here tomorrow. Everything there must have been nice. Tell us what's going to be the score tomorrow. All we need is correct score. We don't want guesswork. Tell them. When you call this line, you advise the men who beat up them wife. Tell them something. You will have them women who sharpen them mouth for beating. Advise them. Yeah, the line you go call is 08109510951. Call this line 08109510951. Somebody call this line. Who that?
Pick up.
Yeah, man.
That's for John, man.
Me, I know this I wanna look like radio governor.
Yeah, I and I, Barry.
You are welcome. Tell them something.
Well, all those men, they beat up their wife, man. And I know this right, man. You know, like I said last time, man. Go and fight your fellow man. If you think you are strong, man. You know, they beat up your wife anyhow, man.
Thank you. Tell us the score tomorrow at Akpabio International Stadium.
Rivers United 2. Mozambique Club.
Okay. Your last 4 digits 3259.
3259.
Thank you.
Yeah,
and
man.
him say
man.
Rivers United to Mozambique Club 0. Somebody, thank you, man. Somebody called you there. Who they on me line?
Yes, I Rastaback Agokalo.
Yeah, man. Welcome, Film Station.
Yes, Robin Maja, the farmer.
Thank you, man.
Yes, they match Rivers United and that club from Mozambique. I want to the radio governor.
Yes.
2-0.
You are predict 2-0?
Yes.
Okay, tell I your last 4 digits.
9811.
9811. 9811.
11.
You are saying.
They're on the side, yes. 9811. They're on the side of men beating their wives. But they don't have advice. Go and look
Yes, give us them advice. Tell we.
Yes. It's not a good one. That is the truth. But there are lots of things that make some men do that. But
Okay.
it's not a good one because if you beat your wife, you're beating yourself. It's not a good thing at all. Men should be restrained.
Thank
Then
you.
listen to some good music, some reggae music. You will not beat your wife.
Thank you, man. Who up on me line?
Hello.
Yeah, man. Greetings.
Now, this is the man I call respect every time.
Regional man, God bless you. Tell I.
Yeah, this is the man I call Legend Gokabi all the way from Bukhara.
Welcome, Diogoni man. God bless you, man. Tell them something.
According to coach, I say stop this forcing and fighting, brother. It's a shame to see these people fighting in the street. It's a shame to see a man beating up his wife, see?
Thank you, man.
Yeah, according to the match tomorrow, I say Rivers United 2, the other people 1.
Okay, that is. Tell us your last 4 digit, man.
5054.
054.
5054.
5054. And 2-1 against Mozambique. Yes. Thank you, man.
Yes.
Who dey on me line? Hello? Evening, man. Welcome. You sound so cool. Me, I know you are lover about that music, man. Tell us your name and where you are called from.
My name is Bryce. I'm calling from Eneka.
You are welcome, rude boy.
Thank you.
Tell us, those people who beat up them wife, what is your advice, rude man?
Come again, sir.
Me, I say, people who beat up them wife, tell them, advise them, rude man, advise them.
Okay, they should stop beating up their wife. It's not very good.
Thank you, man. What is the score tomorrow? Rivers United versus them opponents.
1-0 Rivers United.
1-0 Rivers United. Tell us your last 4 digits. Tell us the last 4 digits of your phone number.
5835.
What?
5835.
Okay, 5835. Thank you, man. Who dey on me line, man? Welcome.
I'm I'm calling you from Korea.
Thank you, man. Jago bless you, man. Advise them.
Things that are not Rastafari. Rastafari believe in love.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. That's true. Thank you, man. Tell us the score tomorrow. Rivers United.
Rivers United 3-0. Score line.
Tell us your last 4 digits.
6088.
Okay, thank you. 6088.
Yes.
Rivers United would defeat them 3-0. Thank you, man. God bless you. We have no time on this program because everything are one nice and nice. We must have moved to the next phase on this station. Me, I go tell you that tomorrow at Obogoro's town, we have a very big program coming up for them place. This the man them call His Royal Highness Barrister Amadi Felix Ikechukwu Nna JP, one of Obogoro town. Him say that him one just a host for them people. Supreme Council of Ikwere government recognized traditional rulers meeting holding at Akame, Obogoro. You know, we have the lady, Dr. Mrs. Mary A. Amade. You will let them just must have be there. And the man them call His Royal Highness Majesty Eze, Ambassador Sir Leslie Nyebuchi Eze JP DCF. You will let them go host this Supreme Council of Ikwere Government Recognized Traditional rulers, meetings all the way from Obogoro. We say thank you, Akame one of Obogoro. Him say by the grace of God, he is the last Don ever existed. We are say thank you upon this station. We are step up and we are go back because we are have much and much time for them station. Miracle. Please, you are tell them last advice for them people.
I'm gonna say, don't beat up your wife. Love your wife and respect your home, no matter what it costs, man. Respect your family, respect your wife, and live in God fear.
Okay. So this is advice for them people. You I must say, don't beat up your wife.
Yeah, man.
And we are say, job blessings for them people. Greetings for me people, and we are step above. The man you hear him name is the man them called Mba Agukalo. Today, we are sign off in a very regional and concrete way upon them station. Tomorrow, all Obiakpo All Stars Football Club, everybody are marching down for Obogoro, and we have a great reception for the man them called the King, His Royal Highness Felix Na Amade. All club members must have match up there. You will let them, we are say thanks and praises for them jar. The man them call Alex Ihekweme, the chairman of Obiakpo All Stars. Greetings. Amadi George, Chief of Staff, Obogoro Council of Chiefs. We are say greetings for them. Felix Olise, a Bidowe, all the way in Abuja. You must hear your name. And we are say thank you for all for listening for I and I not forgetting the woman them call. big lady. Mrs. Origi, all the way in Rumekni. We are say thank you, Mama, for listening for here. Alja go bless unu for all. Away a step back for them station.
Embrace the extraordinary, because we are the voice of the people. Voice of the people. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM.
Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
This is Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News.
Hello and good evening. This is the World News on your premium talk radio, Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. I am Faustina Oputu. And the headlines? National Assembly mulls creation of 55 new states and over 200 LGAs in fresh constitutional review. House of Reps urges AGF to fast-track payment of contractors engaged by President Bola Tinubu-led government. High Prep urges Ogoni youth to take ownership of cleanup projects in area. On the foreign scene, U.S. conducts 10th deadly boat strike amid bombing campaign. Details in a moment. Now the details of the news. The National Assembly has begun deliberations on wide-ranging constitutional amendments that could lead to the creation of 55 new states and 278 additional local government areas across Nigeria. This was disclosed in a statement by Ismail Mudashir, Special Advisor on Media and Publicity to the Deputy President of the Senate, Barau Jibrin. Speaking at the opening of a two-day joint retreat of the Senate and House of Representatives committees on the review of the 1999 Constitution in Lagos, Barau reaffirmed the legislature's commitment to delivering people-centered and timely amendments. Barau, who chairs the Senate Committee on Constitution Review, urged lawmakers to expedite work to ensure that the first set of proposed amendments is transmitted to the State Houses of Assembly before the end of the year. The Deputy Senate President acknowledged the complexity of the task but expressed confidence that lawmakers could achieve meaningful progress within the two-day session. Meanwhile, the House of Representatives Committee on Public Procurement has called on the Accountant General of the Federation, AGF, Shamsuddin Ogunjimi, to ensure the prompt payment of contractors handling various projects under the administration of President Bola Tinubu. The committee's chairman, Unyime Idem, who represents Okanafon, Orokanam, Federal Constituency of Akwa Ibom State, gave the directive during the meeting with the AGF in Abuja. Idem noted that the committee has been inundated with petitions from contractors over delayed and non-payment of projects completed in the past 2 to 3 years. Recall that in September 2025, government contractors staged a peaceful protest in Abuja over the non-payment of debts owed them since 2024. The committee chairman further directed the AGF to, within 7 days, provide all necessary documents explaining alleged infractions in contract awards and budget implementation between 2023 and 2025. Responding, Ogunjimi acknowledged that some contractors had been awarded by ministries, departments and agencies, MDAs, without adequate funding provisions, creating gaps and delays in payment. Ogunjimi, who was appointed in March 2025, added that some of the officials involved in the questionable contract processes had since been redeployed from the Federal Capital Territory. President Bola Tinubu has commended the removal of Nigeria from the Financial Action Task Force FATF grey list, describing it as a major milestone in Nigeria's journey towards economic reform, institutional integrity, and global credibility. Nigeria was placed on the FATF grey list in February 2023 after the global body identified strategic deficiencies in the country's anti-money laundering and countering the financing of terrorism AML-CFT systems. More than 2 years later, FATF announced Nigeria's delisting following the successful implementation of a 19-point action plan to strengthen its AML-CFT framework. In a statement by presidential spokesman Bayo Nanuga, Tinubu applauded the collaborative efforts of key government officials and institutions, including the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Ministers of Aviation, Defense, Budget and Economic Planning, Foreign Affairs, Solid Minerals, and State for Finance, as well as the National Security Advisor and the leadership of the National Assembly and Judiciary. The President also commended all ministries, agencies, and private sector representatives who contributed through the National Task Force on AML-CFT, including the Central Bank of Nigeria, among others. He said the delisting reflects the international community's recognition of Nigeria's progress in strengthening its institutional response to financial crimes and terrorism financing. In another development, President Bola Tinubu has approved major changes in the leadership of Nigeria's armed forces, appointing General Olufemi Oluyede as the new Chief of Defense Staff to replace General Christopher Musa. Also appointed are Major General W. Shaibu as Chief of Army Staff, Air Vice Marshal S.K. Aneke as Chief of Air Staff, and Rear Admiral I. Abbas as Chief of Naval Staff. The Chief of Defense Intelligence, Major General E.A.P. Undiende, retains his position. The appointments were announced in a statement by the Special Advisor to the President on Media and Public Communication, Sunday Dare. According to the statement, the shake-up is part of the federal government's efforts to strengthen Nigeria's national security architecture. It added that President Tinubu has charged the new service chiefs to justify the confidence reposed in them by enhancing professionalism, vigilance, and unity within the armed forces. The new appointments take immediate effect. General Oluyede previously served as acting Chief of Army Staff following the death of the late Lieutenant General Taurid Lagbaja in December 2024. The Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, has criticized the governors of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, for excluding him from key decisions, warning that the party risks collapse if it persists with this approach. Wike, who made the remarks during a media parley in Abuja, lamenting his exclusion from major consultations despite his long-standing role in the PDP. The minister questioned why his exclusion was justified simply because he no longer holds a governorship position. Wike further criticized the notion that internal crisis could be blamed on the ruling All Progressives Congress APC, insisting that the PDP's problems were self-inflicted. Speaking on the party's planned national convention, Wike said the leadership had failed to complete necessary congresses and other key processes, which he claimed were stalling progress. The PDP has in recent months faced internal crises and a wave of defections involving top members such as Enugu State Governor Peter Mba, Delta State Governor Sheriff Oberoi, and the Governor of Akwa Ibom State, Umueno. The party is also battling multiple legal suits over its forthcoming convention. You're listening to the World News on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. After the break, more news, foreign and sports stories. Do stay tuned.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Thanks for staying tuned. Welcome back to the rest of the stories. The project coordinator of the Hydrocarbon Pollution Remediation Project, HYPREP, Professor Nenibari Nizabe, has called on Ogoni youths to continue to take ownership of the cleanup project. During a quarterly interactive session in Port Harcourt, Professor Zabi advised the youths to avoid misinformation and resolve any issues through dialogue rather than confrontation. He encouraged the youths to support the project teams working in various communities to ensure the smooth completion of the work. Professor Zabi assured that all challenges would be addressed in the overall public interest.
I therefore use this opportunity to call on Ogoni youths to continue supporting the project by promoting peace, discouraging misinformation, and collaborating with project teams working in your communities. Let us continue to address challenges through dialogue rather than confrontation. Before I conclude, I would like to wish the postgraduate applicants who will be writing their computer-based test for scholarship tomorrow, 25th October 2025. The very best. We are proud of your efforts to advance academically, and we look forward to seeing you contribute meaningfully to the future of Ogoni and the nation.
The project coordinator also highlighted ongoing and soon-to-be completed projects.
The various thematic areas continue to record steady progress. In environmental remediation, HYPREP has achieved 94% completion in Phase 1 of the mangrove restoration effort. In shoreline remediation, it is at 67.1%, while the Phase 2 remediation has progressed to 36.55%. In potable water supply, 14 completed water facilities have been inaugurated, supplying potable water to 40 Ogoni communities. We will commission the Bani and Gwara facilities next week, increasing the number of communities with access to clean and safe drinking water to 45. Process of operationalizing the Center of Excellence for Environmental Restoration has begun.
A Port Harcourt-based youth rights activist, Charles Jaja, has condemned the leadership of the River State Ministry of Education and the Universal Basic Education UBE Board over a growing controversy that led to the locking of a government-owned primary school in GRA Phase 2, Port Harcourt. According to information gathered, a senior official at the Ministry of Education allegedly approved the use of the school premises for a commercial program and reportedly collected payment from a private individual organizing a one-week event. However, a senior UB official later locked the school's main gate, denying access to the group. The UBE official insisted that only the board has the authority to grant approval for the use of any public primary school facility, a stance that has fueled tensions between the two departments. Reacting to the development, Jaja described the incident as shameful, accusing both bodies of prioritizing personal interests over the welfare of pupils and the improvement of public education in the state. The youth activist further called on Governor Siminalayi Fubara to investigate the office of the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Education, alleging that some civil servants have become more corrupt than the politicians they often criticize.
It's one that is not for the interest of the state, neither is it for the interest of the people, because money generated through this means goes into private pockets. You know, for me, I want to see, UBEC, clash with the Ministry of Education on who developed what in the school, who renovates the school building, who improvise for certain things that are not in place to enable our children to learn effectively. That's what we want to hear. It's not people who come to the lock at school because of this. But I think that the school premises shouldn't be used for things that are not, academic in the first place.
One Onyedikachi Hongchi, father of one of the two children allegedly murdered by Anyekan Sunday, has told the River State High Court that the first defendant confessed to acting on the instruction of his native doctor, Kingsley Oporum, to obtain human blood for ritual purposes. Onwuchi made the statement while testifying in court during cross-examination, where he clarified that he had no prior knowledge of the two accused persons until after their arrest following the tragic incident. Presiding Judge Justice Rita Ogugwa, after listening to the testimony, adjourned the matter to November 7 and 13, 2025 for further cross-examination of the second prosecution witness. Anyekan Sunday and his native doctor, Kingsley Oporum, are facing a 3-count charge bordering on conspiracy and murder of 2 minors in Rukboku Town, Obiakpo local government area of River State. According to count 1 of the charges, the duo allegedly conspired on about March 22, 2025 to carry out the murder of their victims. The prosecution alleged that Sunday used a kitchen knife to slaughter the 2 minors and collected their blood, which his native doctor Oporum allegedly intended to use for money rituals. The River State government, through the Ministry of Justice, represented by Precious Odu, is prosecuting the case after receiving the legal advice and case file from the Department of Public Prosecutions, DPP. And at least 11 suspected high-ranking members of various terrorist organizations have been arrested in Nigeria by the International Criminal Police Organization, Interpol. They were among 83 suspects apprehended across 6 African countries during the 2-month coordinated security sweep codenamed Operation Catalyst. The operation, which focused on terrorism financing and related illegal activities, also led to arrests in Angola, Cameroon, Kenya, Namibia, and South Sudan. In a statement, Interpol said more than 15,000 individuals and entities were investigated as part of efforts to dismantle networks funding terrorism through illicit financial channels. According to the organization, the operation uncovered $260 million traced through fiat and virtual currencies and resulted in the seizure of over $600,000. Moving on now to the foreign scene, the United States has announced its 10th missile strike on a maritime vessel accused of trafficking illegal narcotics, killing all 6 people on board. The attack brings the total known number of dead since the bombing campaign began to 43. It also marks an escalating pace to the airstrikes since the U.S. government announced 3 strikes this week. Defense Secretary Peter Hegseth broke the news of the latest bombing on his social media, identifying the victims as members of the Venezuela-based gang Tren de Aragua. He also indicated that President Donald Trump himself had once again given authorization for the strike, which allegedly took place in international waters in the Caribbean Sea. He then repeated what has been an emerging argument in the Trump administration during that drug traffickers should be treated no differently than armed groups like Al-Qaeda. While this year the Trump administration has started labeling Latin American cartels as foreign terrorist organizations, the label has traditionally been used to describe armed groups that seek to use violence for political or ideological aims. To end the news, here's a summary of the major stories. The National Assembly has begun deliberations on the creation of 55 new states and over 200 LGAs in fresh constitutional review. The House of Representatives has urged AGF to fast-track payment of contractors engaged under the Bola Tinubu-led government. We told you that HiPrep has urged Ogoni youths to take ownership of the cleanup projects in their area. On the foreign scene, you also heard that the U.S. has conducted its 10th deadly boat strike amid bombing campaign. And that's the news as edited by Stella Sasongo Ukuri. For comments and inquiries, please call 0818-389-2850 or send your emails to news@todayfmlive.com. You can also read our stories on www.todayfmlive.com. On Facebook at Today95.1fm, Instagram at TodayFM951, and X at TodayFM951. You can also join our YouTube live at Today95.1fm. I am Faustina Oputu. Good evening and thank you for listening.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Stay informed, stay ahead. Tune in to Today 95.1 FM for the latest news and exciting sports updates. Your trusted source for everything you need to know. Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
Have you ever been in a situation where you had to pay a fine for an indictment? Then you later found out that there was an already established law to protect you from that penalty. Have you ever been denied a position because of your gender or disability? Have you ever been discriminated, treated unfairly, assaulted or cheated by your landlord, employer, tax collectors, bank, family, business partners, and the police? What if the breach between you and justice is just the right knowledge? I'm sure you've heard that knowledge is power. Join us every Saturday, 10 to 10:30 a.m. on Today 95.1 FM for the program The Law Today, to get acquainted with your legal rights and beneficial interests as a citizen of Nigeria. The Law Today, 10 to 10:30 a.m. every Saturday, is brought to you by Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Hello and good evening once again. This is Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt, Voice of the People, and it's time again for a rundown of the foreign news stories that made the headlines in the world today. I am Faustina Uputu. the headlines, Ghana police burst cybercrime ring to rescue 57 Nigerians. Former South African President Zuma ordered to repay state for legal expenses. Ukraine's Zelensky to meet European leaders in London over military aid. Trump ends trade talks with Canada over Reagan advertisement. Now the news in details. We begin from Ghana, where the police there have rescued 57 Nigerians trafficked to the West African country and arrested 5 people suspected of operating a cybercrime and human trafficking ring. The Criminal Investigations Department disclosed that the police raided a building in the suburb of the capital Accra, where the victims between the ages of 18 and 26 were housed and forced to engage in online romance scams. The suspects allegedly lured their victims by promising them lucrative jobs and other opportunities in Ghana. The police said all the rescued victims were receiving the necessary care and support, but did not indicate when they would be sent back to their home countries. The trafficking of West African nationals to engage in online scams and prostitution has become a common practice in Ghana, despite multiple police operations to crack down on perpetrators. Internet connectivity across Cameroon has been severely disrupted, leaving millions of users offline amid growing political tension following the country's disputed presidential election earlier this month. The outrage began yesterday and has affected several regions, including the capital Yaoundé and the economic hub Douala. Monitoring groups say the disruptions appear to coincide with rising unrest after the Constitutional Council confirmed the re-election of President Paul Biya, who is one of the world's longest-serving leaders. Protests erupted in multiple cities after opposition parties rejected results, alleging widespread irregularities. Security forces have also been deployed to contain demonstrations, with reports of clashes and arrests in the country's north. In a landmark decision, a South African court has ordered former President Jacob Zuma to reimburse just over €1 million in public funds used to cover his personal legal expenses. Zuma, whose presidency was marred by numerous corruption allegations before being forced out of office in 2018, has been given 60 days to make the repayment. The legal proceedings have stretched over several years, with Zuma's defense previously arguing in 2021 that he was not personally liable for the costs. However, the Pretoria High Court ruled that Zuma was indeed responsible for illegally diverting state funds to cover legal matters related to his own corruption cases. The authorities may freeze his presidential pension if he fails to repay the sum within the 2-month deadline. And to Ivory Coast, where President Alassane Ouattara has called on the country's youth to vote in large numbers in the upcoming presidential election, touting himself as the candidate most committed to their welfare. Voters in the nation of 32 million, one of West Africa's economic powerhouses, are due to cast their ballot as Ouattara is running against 4 other candidates. The election is being held amid political tensions after key opposition figures were barred from running, including former President Laurent Gbagbo and former Credit Suisse chief executive Tijani Thiam. After changing the constitution in 2016 to remove presidential terms limits, analysts say Ouattara has high chances of winning the election with little challenge from the other candidates. The Ivorian leader has said he is committed to addressing the country's security and economic challenges, while opposition leaders say his government has failed to meet expectations and suggest that those barred from running were removed from the ballot to pave way for Ouattara's victory. The paramilitary Rapid Support Forces, RSF, have targeted Sudan's capital Khartoum and its main airport with drones for a fourth consecutive day as the government-aligned Sudanese Armed Forces SAF attempts to resume air traffic after regaining control of the city several months ago. Residents living close to the Khartoum International Airport disclosed that drones and surface-to-air missiles were heard above the capital in the early hours of today. It is unclear whether the capital's main airport was successfully hit and the extent of the damage. The attack marks the fourth consecutive day of attacks that began a day before the airport was scheduled to become operational after at least 2 years of war. Away from Africa to the rest of the world. The United States has released an advertisement by Canada's biggest province featuring former U.S. President Ronald Reagan, setting off a new tension between Washington and Ottawa, which already had icy relations over President Donald Trump's tariff policy. In a post on Truth Social, Trump claimed that the advertisement, which shows Reagan, a fellow Republican, speaking negatively about tariffs as an economic policy, was fake. He cited comments by the Ronald Reagan Foundation describing the clip of the former president used in the commercial as doctored. Trump also said the advertisement was aimed at influencing U.S. courts. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky is due to meet European leaders in the United Kingdom for talks on military aid to stave off future Russian aggression if a ceasefire stops the war, now in its fourth year. Zelensky and British Prime Minister Keir Starmer are expected to be joined at the Foreign Office in London by NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte, Danish Prime Minister Mette Frederiksen and Dutch Prime Minister Dick Schoof. About 20 other leaders are to join via video link at the meeting of the Coalition of the Willing, a group of countries that have pledged strengthening support for Ukraine. The meeting also intends to work out ways of helping protect Ukraine's power grid from Russia's almost daily drone and missile attacks as another punishing winter approaches, enhancing Ukrainian air defenses and supplying Kyiv with longer-range missiles that can strike deep inside Russia. Russia has intensified its heavy bombardments of Ukraine, targeting civilian areas as well as energy infrastructure before winter. Ireland's voters are electing a new president, with polls indicating a win for left-wing independent Catherine Connolly, whose campaign was rocked by a last-minute deepfake video purporting to show her retreating from the race. The polls earlier today show Connolly competing with Heather Humphreys of the centre-right Fine Gael party for the largely ceremonial role, which increased in profile during the tenure of incumbent Michael D. Higgins. Connolly's campaign, backed by left-wing parties including Sinn Féin, has been especially popular among young people who approve of her declaration that reunification with Northern Ireland is a foregone conclusion. A strong pro-Palestine stance, her commitment to social justice, and criticism of the European Union's growing militarization. A third candidate, Fianna Fáil's Jim Gavin, remains on the ballot papers despite quitting the election earlier this month over a private rent payment scandal, with critics bemoaning a lack of choice in the two-horse race. Connolly emerged as a front-runner after Gavin pulled out and remains in the lead despite the emergence of the deepfake video, which showed an AI-generated version of the candidate announcing her withdrawal on a fake RTE News broadcast. A Turkish court has thrown out a case against the country's main opposition party that would have unseated its leader, Özgür Özel, on grounds that the charges had no substance. The case, which centered on allegations of vote buying and procedural irregularities at a 2023 conference held by the Republican People's Party, CHP, was dismissed by the Ankara court earlier today after the judge found it had no basis. The case, brought by a former party member in February, had sought to invalidate the results of the Congress, which had seen Ozel elected chairman at a time when hundreds of party members had been jailed this year for alleged corruption. However, Turkey's law enforcement agencies have detained more than 500 people, including 16 mayors, over the last year in Istanbul and the other CHP-run municipalities. Earlier this month, the party's Istanbul head was removed from office after a court said delegates' votes in a CHP provincial congress were influenced by cash payments. Japan's conservative new Prime Minister, Sanae Takaichi, has vowed to bring U.S. ties to new highs with President Donald Trump while taking a swipe at China and vowing a stricter stance on immigration in her first policy speech. Japan's first woman premier, who so far is enjoying high poll ratings, also told a rowdy parliament that 2% of gross domestic product will be spent on defense this fiscal year, hitting the government's target 2 years early. The comments came 3 days before Trump, who wants Tokyo and other allies to boost their military spending, is due to visit Japan on his way to crunch talks with Chinese President Xi Jinping in South Korea. Takaichi, whose idol is Margaret Thatcher, said she would build a relationship of trust during Trump's visit, elevating the Japan-U.S. relationship to new heights. Known before her appointment as a China hawk, Takaichi also said that the military activities of China, North Korea, and Russia have become a grave concern. And that story from Japan concludes tonight's edition of The World Today, as produced by Uloma Ngosu of the News Department. But before we go, here's a summary of the stories that made the headline. Ghana police has bust cybercrime ring and rescued 57 Nigerians. We told you that the former South African President Zuma has been ordered to repay state for legal expenses. You heard that Ukraine's Zelensky has agreed to meet with European leaders in London over military aid. We also told you that Trump has ended trade talks with Canada over a Reagan advertisement. Till same time next week, do have a lovely weekend. Thank you so much for listening. I am Faustina Uputu.
Today 95.1 FM, where news meets insight, sports meets passion, and entertainment meets excellence. Expert analysis from seasoned professionals and our top analysts, informing, educating, and entertaining you. Your voice, your station. We are the voice of the people.
BBC World Service. I'm Yasha Michelle in London with Focus on Africa. 80 years on, we go back in time to look at the Congress which inspired independence movements in Africa.
The Manchester Conference had a huge impact. They worked towards a specific goal this time. And what was that? African liberation.
What are the risks and health hazards female miners are exposed to in Cameroon?
In the past, when we worked, it was by hand. There weren't as many risks as there are now, because there weren't too many water leaks.
And why do people with albinism live in increased fear during Tanzania's election season?
If they bring the body parts of the people with albinism, then the lack increases compared to other mechanisms that the witch doctor will offer to that person.
That's all on the BBC. Today in Focus. First, the news.
BBC News with Sue Montgomery. The US Secretary of State says lots of countries are interested in contributing troops to the planned international stabilization force for Gaza. Speaking at the coordination center set up to oversee the ceasefire between Israel and Hamas, Marco Rubio said talks were continuing on the future governance of the territory. Hugo Bashega reports from Jerusalem.
Marco Rubio's visit caps a week in which senior American officials, including the Vice President J.D. Vance, came to Israel, a sign that Washington is determined to make President Trump's plan for Gaza succeed. Mr. Rubio said it would take a long period of time to negotiate the remaining sticking issues, which include Hamas's disarmament, but insisted that this would be enforced. Questioned about the future governance of Gaza, he said the talks had not reached that point yet, but stressed there could be no role for Hamas, nor for the UN Agency for Palestinian Refugees, UNRWA. He called it a subsidiary of Hamas.
The British Prime Minister Keir Starmer has called on Ukraine's allies to bolster its long-range weapons capability. He was speaking while meeting President Zelensky, who's in London to shore up support for Ukraine. Here's Vitaly Shevchenko.
I'm sure participants in all these conversations in London today will also be discussing how exactly Ukraine will be using those missiles, how far deep into Russia will it be able to strike, because this is still a major concern on the part of Ukraine's allies. They're still unwilling to, quote-unquote, escalate. They're fearful of a response that might come from Russia, and that's a huge concern for Volodymyr Zelensky. So Ukraine is very much aware of the reluctance on the part of the West to give it carte blanche and use Western weapons to hit Russia, and it's been trying to develop weapons production domestically.
Moscow's top economic envoy is in Washington for talks with Trump administration officials. Kirill Dmitriev's visit comes 2 days after President Trump imposed sanctions on Russia's two largest oil companies. Canada's Prime Minister Mark Carney says he's ready to resume trade negotiations with the US when Washington is ready.
Our officials, my colleagues, have been working with their American colleagues on detailed, constructive negotiations, discussions on specific transactions, specific sectors, steel, aluminum, and energy, and a lot of progress has been made. We stand ready to pick up on that progress and build on that progress when the Americans are ready to have those discussions, because it will be for the benefit of workers in the United States, workers in Canada, and families in both of our countries.
Mr. Trump announced he was ending talks because of an anti-tariff advertising campaign in Canada. BBC News. Annual consumer price inflation in the US edged higher last month to 3%. That's its highest level since President Trump took office. But the slight increase is not expected to prevent the Federal Reserve from cutting interest rates next week. The figures were released 9 days late because of the government shutdown. The U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth says an overnight military strike on an alleged drug smuggling boat operated by a Venezuelan gang has killed 6 people. He described the men hit in the Caribbean as narco-terrorists. The attack came hours after Venezuela's President Nicolas Maduro called on the Trump administration to stop using military force. Croatia's parliament has approved the reintroduction of compulsory military service. The government says it's needed because of rising international tensions. From next year, about 18,000 men turning 18 will undertake 2 months of military training, though they can opt for 4 months of civilian service. A painting by Pablo Picasso, which hasn't been seen in public for more than 80 years, is being auctioned in Paris. Bust of a woman with a flowered hat is thought to feature the artist's partner and muse, Dora Maar. Agnès Silvestre Barbet is the auctioneer.
The painting was acquired by the grandparents of the current owners in 1944, and at that time they kept it at their home, and through succession it stayed within the family. That's why this painting has never been lent for exhibitions. It was photographed by Zervos in Picasso's studio. At that time, the painting was not yet signed because, back then, Picasso, as a rule, only signed the paintings as they left the studio.
Signer ces tableaux qu'au sortir de l'atelier.
BBC News.
Hello, I'm Nyasha Michelle, and here's what's coming up for you on this edition of Focus on Africa. 80 years on, we look at the impact of the 1945 Anti-Colonial Pan-African Congress attended by 3 future African leaders. In Tanzania's election season, why is there heightened fear for the safety of those living with albinism?
People are using these body parts to gain wealth. They believe they can also gain political power. And always witch doctors will demand them to bring such things so that they can fulfill what they want.
How has life, work and survival become increasingly risky for female miners in Cameroon?
In the past, when we worked, it was by hand. There weren't as many risks as there are now because there weren't too many water leaks. We would dig a small hole and make a profit. That's what mattered most.
It's Friday, the 24th of October. First, we go back in time to 1945. Picture the scene. It's an autumnal northern October day in Manchester, England, and a group of campaigners from across the globe are gathered at the Chawton-on-Medlock Town Hall for the 5th Pan-African Congress. Their goal? To call for an end to colonial rule, racial injustice, and economic inequality. Among them were future African leaders, Kwame Nkrumah from Ghana, Jomo Kenyatta from Kenya, and Hastings Kamuzu Banda from Malawi. As you know, they all went on to become leaders of their countries. First, let's hear from the co-founder of the Federation.
I wanted to propose an idea, the planning of a World Pan-African Congress. This Congress must take place before the year concludes in Manchester, England. It must be the greatest and the most representative ever called by Africans and people of African descent.
That's George Padmore, a leading Pan-Africanist, journalist and author from Trinidad. Unlike earlier meetings, the Manchester Congress brought together not just intellectuals but also workers, students and community activists. Their resolutions helped spark independence movements across Africa in the years that followed. Samia Nkrumah, the daughter of Ghana's first president Kwame Nkrumah, told us about her father's journey to the Manchester Congress and how that experience shaped both his life and future of Ghana.
The last time I saw him, I was almost 6 years old. But I remember him very well. I remember the time we spent together. And because he was a family man, even though he was very busy. Now, we communicated through the phone from time to time and letters after the coup d'etat that toppled his government in 1966 until his death in 1972. But because I had a particular interest in what he was doing, I delved into his work, I spoke to people who worked with him, and I became myself a Pan-African activist or an advocate for African unification. I interacted with people who worked with him. Shirley Du Bois, the wife of Dr. Du Bois. And you know, Du Bois had started organizing the Pan-African Congresses. So there were like the 1919, and then there were 3 others before the 5th in Paris, London, New York, and then the 5th, the one we are talking about, was in Manchester in 45, of course.
You've mentioned quite a number of people and some figures, and figures that some of our listeners will also even recognize. What do they tell you about your father?
That he worked very closely with Africans outside, born outside the continent, as much as he worked with people born in Africa. So he famously said that all people of African descent, whether you are born in North America, South America, the Caribbean, or in any part of the world, you are an African and you belong to the African family. And he walked the talk. So the Manchester Conference had a huge impact not just because it was the beginning of the collaboration between Africans outside the continent and Africans inside the continent, but they worked towards a specific goal this time. And what was that? African liberation, national liberation. And one of the things they came out with is that its mass participation is essential to bring about the African independence. So they would go on to form vanguard political forces or political parties, as eventually our father joined one here, then he formed his own in Ghana, the CPP, and he led the country to independence. And number three, that Africans all over the world must unite.
That was Samia Nkrumah, the daughter of Ghana's first president, Kwame Nkrumah. Now, it's important to note that there were other movements that also contributed significantly to African countries seeking independence, like the Mau Mau uprising in Kenya, the African National Congress in South Africa, and the African liberation movements in various countries that fought directly against colonial regimes. They all ignited a fire that still burns today. And as the Congress marks its 80th anniversary, events and talks, including plays, are being held to highlight its lasting legacy and relevance to today's activism. Ntombi Zodwa Nyoni is a lecturer in scriptwriting at Manchester Metropolitan University. She wrote a powerful new play called Liberation, which tells the story of the Pan-African Congress of 1945. I began by asking her to tell us what happened at the Congress.
The Fifth Pan-African Congress was a time just after World War II where Black activists from around the world came together to talk about the decolonization of Africa and to fight for self-independence. And what was really important about that time is it took place over the course of the week, and specifically it being in Manchester, the energy around Manchester had just come off of the biggest trade union conference of Black workers. So they were galvanizing and taking that momentum to talk about what it meant for us to exist post-colonialism.
So what was the Pan-African Congress about?
Well, the main key thing was about them making a list of their own demands. And over the course of that week, there were several talks, and each talk would focus on a different subject. So, for example, the first day was looking at the colour problem in Great Britain and looking at the experiences of Black people growing up in the UK. And then it branched out and it looks at the issues in the Caribbean, the oppression of women workers. Then you go to West Africa. So the goal was that by the end of the Congress, they would have put together a list of demands that then they would present, and it would be the course to their own liberation.
Okay, so whose idea was it, and why was it held in England, specifically Manchester?
Well, the Fifth Pan-African Congress takes its history from W.E.B. Du Bois, and Du Bois had held 4 previous Congresses. And the difference with the first 4 to the Fifth Pan-African Congress was that in the Fifth Pan-African Congress, those who were participating in the conversation around liberation was everybody, was all key workers, whereas before the previous Congresses were about the elites and the educated who could have the conversations around liberation. So by the time we're getting to 1945, you have people like George Padmore, who's already an activist around the UK and in the Caribbean, and he writes a lot about the empire. So he then is in touch with a group of people who around his generation. So you have Jomo Kenyatta. At that point, he's already met Kwame Nkrumah. There's Amy Ashu Garvey, and his partner, Dorothy Pizer. So these people, as part of also Hastings Banda was there as well, Peter Abrams. You have a group of these activists who are doing this work around the world, coming together to talk about how do we organize this conference where we invite everybody to come together. And they were really fortunate because there was also a man called Ras T. McConan, who was also based in Manchester, and he had access to accommodation, and he had shops, and he had clubs, and he had bookstores. So he was plugged into the community, and he could then house all the people, the delegates that were coming into Manchester.
So why was the Fifth Congress dramatically significant in comparison to the previous ones?
Well, it goes back to what I was saying earlier about it being, where everybody gets to have a hand in the conversation around liberation. And you are also able to think about where they're at in terms of where the Congress happens is 41 days after World War II. everything is very tentative at this point. We also have this conversation around let us rebuild kind of post-World War II. So when you have the opportunity to rebuild, then you also have the opportunity to talk about what does it mean for you to rebuild. What did they, as kind of those on the continent, Africans on the continent, and then those in the diaspora, to then think about what does kind of building in a new Africa look like for them. And you have this kind of key activists who are around the world who also are thinking about, can they also be the first Black leaders of their nations? So it was a really kind of pivotal time because from that point on, the countries on the continent then had their kind of liberation movement thereafter.
Ntombizodwa Nyoni, lecturer and author of the play Liberation. As the Tanzanian elections draw closer, fear is once again gripping people with albinism, a community scarred by years of ritual violence. That fear stems from deep discrimination and myths surrounding albinism, a genetic condition caused by the lack of melanin in the skin, hair, and eyes. For many, election campaigns and rallies often bring back painful memories of attacks and loss.
When they got into the house, they attacked my sister. They cut off her hands and legs and also cut off her tongue. The incident was not good at all.
That was Manyashi Emmanuel, who still lives with the trauma of losing his sister. But he's not alone. Later, we'll also hear from Mariam Stafford, another survivor who still continues to rebuild her life. Growing up in Zimbabwe, I would hear of these attacks and the marginalization of people with albinism. But thankfully, we were educated about the condition in school. And over the years, both in my country and in Tanzania, attacks have decreased due to greater awareness and education campaigns. But the threat still continues. Across Africa, people with albinism are killed for their body parts, driven by false beliefs that they bring wealth, luck, or political power. Their limbs and organs are sold for high prices in the underground trade of so-called black magic. More than 200 attacks have been recorded in Tanzania in recent years, forcing many families to flee or live in hiding. So how can this cycle of fear and violence ever truly end, and what would it take for change to happen? I posed these questions to the BBC's Alfred Lastek, who's based in Tanzania.
Come election seasons in Tanzania, not only in this 2025 and 2024, back then even in a decade, we had a lot of reports of people with albinism being killed, some mutilated their body parts, and it has always been connected with witchcraft. Basically, they say that people who demand these body parts are always after wealth and political power. So when it comes close to elections, a lot of incidents of people with albinism always increase.
Why do you think these attacks increase or become more of a concern during the election periods?
They say that most of the people who come before justice, before churches, and before these researchers, they always say that whenever they go to witch doctors, maybe to get some, powers towards the election, they are always demanded by the witch doctors to bring the body parts of people with albinism. If they bring the body parts of the people with albinism, then the luck increases compared to, other mechanisms that the witch doctor will offer to that person. So they end up going to hunt for people with albinism. And one of the places that is highly affected with these challenges is in the northwestern of Tanzania, where there is a very big population of people with albinism.
These are harrowing things that, unfortunately, even me as a person who was born and raised in Africa, I'm familiar with hearing of these types of attacks. And you've spoken to a few people, a few survivors actually. So can you give me some of the stories that you heard from them?
Yeah, so I went across different regions of Tanzania. I got to meet a lot of people, and some of them are survivors. Others are relatives or brothers and sisters to some people who had already passed away or killed because of such incidents. So I visited Mariam, and Mariam told me a story of an incident that happened to their home back in 2008. So Mariam was attacked by men who broke to their house around late hours of the night. And here she speaks about what happened.
Wakakata mkono wa kulia, wakauondoa,
wakakata na mkono wa pia wa kushoto. Nikisikia kilini
They cut off my right hand and took it away. And they also cut off my left hand. Whenever I hear about an election period, the first thing that comes to me is fear. I am afraid because killings of people with albinism happen during the election season. And some superstitious acts are highly witnessed during election time. And so I don't take part in campaigns. And I'm afraid of interacting with politicians.
That is a harrowing story to hear of what she went through. And Alfred, I want to know, how are the Tanzanian authorities responding then? Has there been any concrete measures to protect people with albinism?
Yeah, most times the authorities have been coming up and, from the police, they've always tried to take measures and have always been arresting people who are in connection to such killings or attacks. And we have had a lot of cases in between 2008 until today of people who are involved in these killings and attacks. But the government, especially the local government, has always been providing shelter, has always been providing education to the people in that area about how to protect people with albinism, how to reduce the stigma around people with albinism. And most times also the government has even started special schools where people with albinism go there to study so that, there is much protection and better care.
Have those measures worked, Alfred?
Yeah, to some extent, reports show that the number of killings and attacks have gone down since 2008, especially between 2015 to 2025, the numbers have gone, but the attacks have not finished. And right groups and some activists have been saying that the government of Tanzania has put a lot of measures to fight this challenge. And now the challenge comes is that there is a lot of body parts trafficking now from countries like Burundi, countries like Malawi and Zambia to Tanzania. People are using these body parts to gain wealth. They believe they can also gain political power. And always witch doctors will demand them to bring such things so that they can fulfill what they want.
The BBC's Alfred Lastek. Cameroon's extractive industry contributes significantly to the country's economy, accounting for nearly 4% of its GDP. While oil and gas extraction makes up the greater chunk of this, the mining sector remains largely underdeveloped. Most of the mining is done by small-scale and artisanal miners who lack modern tools and techniques to source precious minerals. From working in risky environments to being exposed to health hazards, the challenges of numerous mine workers are a troubling reality. The BBC's Paul Ngier has been to a gold mine in the east of the country and witnessed the experiences of women who work in the mines.
The Kambele mining site is a very vast expanse of territory, and once you get there, you're struck by the sheer sight of pits, some abandoned, some still under exploitation. And in one part of the mines, you'd hear the hummings and the steamings of engines, because in a portion of the mine, some practice semi-mechanized, but in another area, you'd hear the scoops of shovels of people, men and women alike, digging to scoop gold.
Women were among the hundreds of miners that you met, and one of them was Modestine Apuma. She told you she's a widow and she's supporting 3 children. Tell me about her and what she shared with you about life in the mines.
Well, Modestina Puma is a widow who, as you said, is fending for 3 kids on her own, and she considers her work in the mines as very important to the livelihood of her children. And of course, she believes without that, she's not able to fend for their needs. But increasingly, she's told us that life has become difficult because they now dig for longer hours to be able to get some little quantity of gold to sell. So she explains to me why things are difficult.
In the past, when we worked, it was by hand. There weren't as many risks as there are now, because there weren't too many water leaks. We would dig a small hole and make a profit. That's what mattered most.
Listening to Modestine there, it's clear that this is incredibly tough work. What kind of dangers are women like her exposed to every day?
there are some open pits, and people fear, especially women, that they could trip and fall in some of those pits. They work just beside a lake where the area had been drilled and it's now filled with water. They fear that these kinds of areas could lead to drowning, but also they now work for longer hours because some parts of the mines have been exploited by the use of machines or by those who engage in semi-mechanized mining, which means that the soil has become stiffer and it's become increasingly difficult for them to find gold. So they say they no longer make profits from the trade like they used to do before.
It sounds like a really tough existence, and there is also another woman that you spoke to, Solange, whose experience adds a different dimension to the story. What did she tell you about why she stays in this line of work?
Well, Nyasha, Solange's case is really peculiar, and as you did say, it's a very special case because she used to work as a siever in a gold mine, but since sometime last year, she stopped because she told us she developed problems with her sight, and that was partly due to her exposure to mercury, she said.
When I was sieving gold in the mines, mercury got into my eyes. That's why I've stopped working for close to a year now. The doctor told me that mercury entered my eyes.
That was Solange, one of the women who are working in Kambele mining site. So, Paul, both women mention how the work has changed over time. There's more water pits, as you also mentioned, which equal to more risks. So what's driving that shift, and how is it affecting the local landscape?
This is particularly driven by the existence also of semi-mechanized mining in the area. Primarily before, it was only artisanal mining or traditional mining as it were, where people would use shovels and rudimentary tools and even their bare hands to scoop gold. But now, because the semi-mechanized practitioners have drilled and have exploited the soil to a certain degree, it's now highly difficult for those who are practicing traditional mining, which Modestine and Solange, of course, used to practice. They find it now difficult to continue to do their work as it were before. So basically the shift is those involved in traditional mining can no longer practice freely like they used to do because semi-mechanized people have now added to the mix. But government recently in a decree moved to restore or recognize traditional mining as the lone practice that should be recognized in that particular area.
So if we go beyond personal struggles, there are also bigger health and environmental implications. You spoke with public health and safety specialist Dr. Ralph about that. What concerns did he raise?
Dr. Ralph actually co-authored a study in 2023 which revealed that there was a high level of mercury exposure in the east of Cameroon because mining is widespread across the east, and he said that this potentially could endanger the health of people. Let's take a listen to him about what they found.
We decided to analyze the level of exposure of mercury using hair samples because generally mercury is deposited in hair. Mercury that goes through your organ system is deposited in the hair levels and it can stay for so many years. For over 72% of those who were manipulating mercury, they had levels of mercury in hair which was above the recommended standard by the WHO.
That was Dr. Ralph, a public health and safety specialist. Today's program was put together by Sunita Nahar, Mark Wilberforce, Stefania Okereke, and Yvette Twagira Maria in London. Paul Bachabinga was the senior producer and Craig Kingham the technical producer. Our editors are Sam Murunga and Mariam Abdallah. I'm Yasha Michelle. We'll speak again next time.
Talk radio.
I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
What's a successful business without sales? And what is sales without an audience? Well, do you know that you can reach 8 million listeners across 6 states in 2 geopolitical zones all at once? How? With Today 95.1 FM, you can get millions of people to know about your business. And what does that mean to you? More sales. Call 081 389 2850 now for more information.